of this conference. Now allow me to ask dear guests to take their seats for the official opening of today's conference. Thank you.
Я запрошую для вітального слова.
And now I am offering one of the participants, one of the panelists, to say welcome remarks.
Я вам дякую за можливість.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you for joining us. And now I am giving floor Ms. Karin Rölke, Senior Program Coordinator to the OSCE Project Coordinator in Ukraine.
Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President of the Constitutional Court of Ukraine, Your Excellency, Madam Ambassador of Germany, dear friends. I'm honored to give this welcome address to the participants and attendees of this event entitled Great Dialogue, the Idea of Constitutionalism and Women's Rights. The title is not accidental. A dialogue is a fundamental and the most common form of communication between human beings. Dialogue is a turning towards each other, acknowledging the whole person and their uniqueness. I commend the organizers for opting for dialogue format to discuss important issues of gender equality and constitutionalism. Gender equality and dialogue are both fundamental values and interlinked, cross-cutting issues for the OSCE in its commitment to advancing opportunities for women and men. Dialogue is an essential policy tool to advance gender equality and make better society where each person's dignity and uniqueness are respected and social injustices and stereotypes are removed. Collectively, the international community has recognized the importance of gender equality as a cornerstone of peace, security, and economic development. Yet, inequality persists. In many countries, including in the OSCE area, women are not able to reach their full potential and societies are not able to benefit fully from women's political and economic participation. We are just beginning to see the repercussions of the COVID-19 pandemic for gender equality. Women have disproportionately suffered socio-economic consequences during the COVID-19 pandemic. The OSCE Parliamentary Assembly reported on the gendered impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. ODIHR, in its report on the state responses to the COVID-19 pandemic, highlighted how women are at greater risk of domestic violence and economic insecurity. Today's event is focused on gender dimension of constitutionalism and women's rights as indispensable ingredient of key constitutional values. Affirming constitutional equality is a basic requirement to make women and men full citizens in any democratic society. Constitutions are the most authoritative expressions of state system of governance and accountability, so they pose potential opportunities for and threats to the advancement of gender equality. In this regard, constitutions and constitutional practice are of crucial importance. Enshrining women's rights, gender equality, and the principle of non-discrimination based on gender in Constitution is crucial. And giving these provisions full force via constitutional adjudication and legislative practice will make women's equal status real, and thus eliminate existing discrimination. Dear friends, To conclude, I would like to assure you that the OSCE project coordinator in Ukraine stands ready to continue our cooperation with our good friends from the Ukrainian government, civil society, academia, and expert community. I take this opportunity to thank the Constitutional Court of Ukraine and its Vice President for long-standing, fruitful cooperation that exists between us. I'm grateful to the German government for its generous support, promoting gender-sensitive constitutionalism and constitutional complaint mechanisms in Ukraine. And I would like to thank the convener of this great dialogue, Professor Olena Karitonova, and our distinguished discussants who will lead us today into the great dialogue on gender-sensitive constitutionalism. I wish you all a very interesting day and fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
Дякую, пані.
Thank you, Mr. Rolke. Thank you so much. Thank you for your kind remarks. Now, I'm giving floor to Anka Feldhusen, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Federal Republic of Germany to Ukraine. Dear colleagues who are with me this morning, I am very happy to take part in this conference. And the topic of this conference is very dear to me. The Embassy of Germany is very much proud to help implement projects of OSCE, specifically support to human rights in Ukraine. And we have provided funding in the amount of 320,000 euro. The judicial reform in Ukraine is in a paradoxical situation with regard to equality between men and women, because most of the Ukrainian judges are women. And here in Ukraine, women have to come across and overcome some serious obstacles with regard to exercise of their rights. Especially, we are talking about women who became victims of war and representatives of minorities. Last week, I had a chance to learn about these problems using real-life examples. There was a group of women, and the members of their families, because of political reasons, are now became captives in the uncontrolled territories. And they have informed me about the difficulties in communication with government. At the same time, their relatives are viewed as heroes. They, instead, have to wait for a very long time for a very long promised assistance. And they are sent from one agency to the other, or sometimes they won't even listen to them. Now, in the framework of the project, which is funded by Germany, OSCE held trainings for advocacy organizations, for judges, for court staff, and they have discussed specifically how constitutional law can apply to reduce the level of discrimination of women and their legal protection. Mr. Judge Golovati, you take part in events like this. That shows that you're very much interested in this topic, and that really brings me joy. In 2019, when the project only started, no one could fathom that some months later, the global pandemic will increase the need in activities implemented by the project. Every crisis is deepening the existing crisis globally, and coronavirus pandemic is not an exception. In August this year, labor market analysis has demonstrated that economically the pandemic creates even larger threat to half of the working women in Ukraine, who most often than men become victims from the pandemic. They suffer from pandemic more, especially those who work in tourism and hotel and restaurant business. And women suffered not just economically, no, so they have to have the opportunity to rely on law enforcement agencies and courts. In the conditions of lockdown and quarantine, the level of domestic violence has increased, and Ukraine is not an exception. The pandemic actually worsened the situation with women's rights. And compared to the situation before 2014, I see in this country great will of all the stakeholders with regard to attaining progress in the field of human rights and women's rights in particular. 3 weeks ago, some Ukrainian advocacy organizations held demonstration in front of the office of the president, and they supported ratification of the Istanbul Convention. And a few days later, the president of Ukraine also agreed to support the ratification. This political support is very important, and I personally look forward for Ukraine to join its European partners who ratified this convention. I think that at the legislative level, Ukraine makes a lot of noticeable success with regard to attaining equality. And Ukraine is accepting assistance from international partners. Ukraine remains open for advice, consultation, and we all value the unified voice of the Ukrainian civil society. However, apart from good laws, you gotta have good enforcement. And equality, equal opportunities, that's a part of it. And the judicial branch in Ukraine plays an important role in this. The current judicial reform has a very important significance. It helps fight corruption, and it helps with capacity building for courts and judges, because oftentimes they're overloaded with work, and that will be very helpful for the entire Ukrainian society. Now, speaking about those people who had difficulties, their problems need to be heard. That is when we want to mention women. I want to also thank all of the participants for their personal active work. I'd like to thank organizers for inviting, and thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Ms. Ambassador. Now, I'm inviting Vice Chairperson of the Constitutional Court, Sergei Holovati. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you so much. Dear Anka Feldhusen, dear Ambassador, everyone who will be having introductory remarks, ladies, the majority here, and gentlemen, allow me to thank everyone and the organizers of this event. Thank you for deciding to discuss this very important topic, and to be honest, I can speak formally, as always. And I can just say my welcoming remarks, I can say thank you and leave, but the topic of today's conference actually sent me into the dead end. The idea of constitutionalism and women's rights, this is when I started thinking. I gave assignments to my staffers to prepare keynotes, and they could not find anything. And then I was thinking to myself, what am I going to do now? So on one hand, the idea of constitutionalism, that is the idea that dates back to the 18th century. That is the idea from the French Revolution. And in their declaration, they clearly said that if the rights are not protected, if there is no division of powers, then the society has no constitution. And that's where it's coming from. We have to have constitution. We don't just have to have that on paper. We have to have everything in place, and the rights need to be protected as per the French Revolution, and the power needs to be properly divided. And when this revolution created the declaration, they did not say specifically anything about women's rights. There was no link between the French Revolution, the French Declaration, and women's rights. So, you know, I'm kind of very much detached from that. But when the committee chaired by Eleanor Roosevelt drafted into the Global Declaration from 1940 some text, and they mentioned some very interesting things. They did not specifically say constitution, but they said something else. They said for a man not to resort to insurgency as a mean to fight tyranny, the rights have to be protected. The rule of law, right? They did not speak specifically about women's rights. They said the rights mentioned in the declaration. And the connotation was a bit different. And they said human rights, right? In the French declaration, droit de l'homme, the rights of men. Then in those times, they probably did not talk about women back then. But in 1948, they specifically were saying human rights, right? Which have to be protected by the rule of law. And I saw that this conference is very important for this purpose. It's important for the experts, for legal professionals, lawyers and judges. Until Ukrainian legal professional understands the difference between human rights and the rights of man, then it's gonna be very hard to advocate and get success in advocating for women's rights, with the concept of gender being a part of. So that's just my first introductory remark, and I probably spoke too long, I apologize, but I will then continue and develop this topic more, but that is very positive about this conference. Now, the concept of gender, that actually exploded because of one country, which left the International Treaty. And in the Venice Commission, we are now looking into the procedure of concluding treaties, ratifying treaties, and denunciation of treaties or leaving the treaties. So that this catalyst, the gender equality issue, because it's covering issues in our society, and it's being discussed for political reasons, but the gender equality issue has made other problems surface, including the European law and order issue. And I was convinced that I will show up and say, unfortunately, no one applied to the Constitutional Court of Ukraine with this issue. We don't have any kind of case law. We don't have any judgment. And no one complained. There is no problem if women or men in their status, in their life in Ukraine, see no problem, then they don't complain, they don't apply. And that is kind of true.
Yes, it is true. Nobody applies to the Constitutional Court on the matter of women's rights. But I have discovered for myself, since my staffers could not do that, and I had to prepare myself, I discovered one flagship judgment. It is flagship because it can guide us. And since most of our staffers are women, and we recently publicized 25 flagship judgments by the Constitutional Court, I also decided that that was also of a flagship nature. It was a judgment about something we were not asked to look into, and that was a judgment of the 4th of June 2019, number 2R/2019. In a case on the constitutional action by MPs about pensions. Those were Chernobyl veterans, war veterans, military veterans, public service pensioners, diplomatic service pensioners, prosecution office pensioners, all of that concerned pensions. And 45 MPs did not raise the issues of women's pensions and their right to pension. We found out a number of issues that merited better consideration. There is Article 25 of the Constitution about the equality and equal opportunities of men and women. And there's one sentence there that men's and women's rights are provided by this and this and this and this. And there's one formula: special social protection for women. Special social protection for women. So, based on the rules of the law and the basic foundations of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we established that for many categories of labor where women are mostly employed, this equality does not exist, because according to the law, men and women retire at the same age, at 60 years of age. And we ruled that this equality is not fair. It is, in essence, discriminatory. And that was the case when the Constitutional Court saw discrimination in equality under law. Because oftentimes, quality can give rise to discrimination. Just paradoxical as it might sound. I wouldn't quote from the list of professions that were covered by this judgment. It's mostly about construction, business, etc. But we ruled basically very clearly, and I will quote from the judgment verbatim. Excuse me. Bear with me for a second. Hello. Can't find it. Okay, item 3.5 of the judgment. Here it is. Oh, can't find it. Can't find it. Sorry about that. I was so proud I found it that I left it behind. So we ruled that this equalization of women and men in the workplace sometimes has an adverse effect on women's health, and they lose part of their working ability. And that deprives women of social protection guaranteed by this part of the Constitution, Part 3, Article 34 of the Constitution. And that very piece of legislation ran counter to the principle of equality in the meaning or in the part of social protection of women, because due to physiological differences of two sexes, women required special protection of their labor rights and rights to pension. So I believe it is an achievement that lays foundations for the constitutional case law regarding gender equality. And I believe that we can be proud of that we have pronounced that equality can be discriminatory and that women have special protection. And equal conditions, working conditions, are not always a testimony of true equality and true protection of labor rights. So I'm sorry it took me too long to explain this achievement to you, but we are so often being criticized that I wanted to show that we've got achievements as well. Particularly this, as I said, is a flagship judgment for the Constitutional Court, and it opens up very good prospects for the future. So I wish all of you a productive event, very interesting discussions. Stay healthy and be very healthy next year particularly. Thank you very much, Mr. Halavati. You've raised a lot of issues that are extremely topical, and I'm sure that they will be extensively discussed during this event. And I would like to give the floor to Ms. Nadia Stefaniev. She is Justice of the Supreme Court. Thank you. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, Ms. Corinne Rolke, Ms. Anka Filhusen, organizers and co-organizers of this event, dear colleagues, I can call all of you colleagues because we all work in the area of law. Since this event is taking place very close to the festive season, I would like to highlight that today it is right time to discuss these issues at a greater length. So, as Mr. Halavati said, it is a challenge to tie the issues of women's rights, gender, and constitutionalism. But in the Constitution of Ukraine, there is a separate section dedicated to equality, equal rights and opportunities to all citizens of Ukraine, and discrimination is prohibited inter alia on the ground of gender. And we would always refer to that section of the Constitution, particularly in the cases where women are the applicants seeking protection of their labor rights, their social rights, their right to work, their right to leisure. And like Mr. Halavati here, I looked into the history of constitutional law in Ukraine and into that of the constitutional law of the Federal Republic of Germany. And what I found there is as follows. The Constitution of the Ukrainian People's Republic, dating back 1918, laid the foundation for equal rights of men and women back in 1918. And I am proud that the constitutional history of Ukraine, the founding fathers of Ukrainian constitutionalism, actually looked into these issues of gender equality. I also analyzed the history of the evolvement of the German Constitution, and it turned out that there are 4 founding mothers of the 1949 German Constitution. Those were 4 women who made it sure that an article on non-discrimination on the grounds of sex should be part of the Constitution, and it explicitly states the equality of rights of men and women. And that was, again, an eye-opener to me. I believe that events like this encourage and motivate us to look into history and to bring together things that are seemingly incompatible or seemingly not quite related, but they indeed are, such as today's topic of women's rights and constitutionalism. Now, speaking about the current situation, about the cases that we usually considered, so I would say that the case law of the Supreme Court has got a lot of judgments on protection of the rights of women who suffered violence, including sexual and gender-based violence and domestic violence. So there are a lot of women in criminal cases that are victims rather than defendants. So the issue of protecting and promoting their rights, preventing violence against women at the national level is very important. So we should work to prevent violence at the very early stages when victims do not suffer that much. So we should concert our effort in the criminal justice system. And here I mean all of the law enforcement authorities and the judiciary. So we've got a number of cases on gender-related and conflict-related violence against women, violence against volunteers, both women and men, in GCAs, in un-GCAs, and in the gray zone. As a representative of the Association of Women Judges of Ukraine, I participated in the analysis of a case law where war veterans are the victims. And it was extremely painful to read those judgments and to analyze those judgments. What I traced in all of those cases is that for the most cases, victims in those cases are women. And we have to come together and do our best to ensure women's rights and true equality. Equality is not always only about equal rights, but paying special rights to women, even when it comes to selecting the measure of punishment when women are perpetrators. So I encourage you to have a very interesting, fruitful and active discussion. Thank you. Thank you, Nadia. It is my great pleasure to give the floor to Ms. Katerina Levchenko, Government Commissioner for Gender Equality Policy. Katerina, the floor is yours. Thank you, Alexander. Good morning, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. At the very beginning of this forum, we launched a true dialogue, and I would like to thank OSCE, PCU, and German Embassy for supporting this event. I would also like to thank the Constitutional Court and JurFem NGO for coming up with the idea to hold such a forum. It is a very relevant and topical event. It is topical both theoretically and practically. I would like to engage in dialogue with Mr. Holavati particularly because to me, for example, there are a lot of constitutional inconsistencies in actually ensuring equal rights and opportunities of women and men. Let us look at Article 34 that you referred to. According to it, citizens have equal constitutional rights and freedoms, and there could be no privileges or limitations of rights on any ground, including sex and gender. But there is this formula of equal rights of men and women that are ensured by providing women with equal opportunities with men. Why should there not be equal opportunities for men and women rather than women are given even rights with men? So the entire approach is deeply discriminatory, I believe. And there's one more sentence about special measures to protect work and health of women and establishing some pension privileges. I want women mothers to be protected while they are pregnant, while they are breastfeeding. But in general, this special approach leads to deep discrimination in the sphere of work and in pay for the work. That brings about the pay gap of about 40%. So we have to look into it more deeply, I believe. The very last sentence worries me as well, because it is discriminatory vis-à-vis men in this case, because it's about legal protection, moral and financial support of motherhood and childhood. But what about fatherhood? Because oftentimes it's father who would take care of children in the household, in the family. So lack of moral and financial support to fatherhood is also a tendency of today, and it is also about equality of rights and opportunities of women and men. So it is important that while engaging in this dialogue, we rethink the very principle of equal rights and opportunities of women and men, and the way those equal rights and opportunities are reflected in the Constitution. Now, if we look at Article 43 of the Constitution, that refers to the right to work, and it says that everyone has the right to work and the free choice of occupation. So it's about freedom, of course, but it says that the use of the work of women and minors at hazardous works is prohibited. Why are women juxtaposed with the minors? Does it mean, again, that women are viewed as not equal in everything to men? So it's not about all of women having to work in hazardous works or very heavy works, but it's about freedom of choice for women to find an occupation to their liking, and that men and women alike should be free to choose the work of their liking. And I also refer you to ILO's Conventions 181 and 183 about night shifts and about protection of motherhood. And that is an illustration of a very up-to-date approach, not paternalist approach to equal rights and opportunities.
3 years ago, we could not denounce Convention 45 of the ILO, but the ILO itself is requesting to denounce, because in the parliament of Ukraine, they failed to secure enough support, because everybody was talking about the need to protect the women, and this concept of protecting the women is not fully understood. And as a result, this protection translates into handcuffs. and the restrictions, which in many cases do not allow women to realize themselves. And the war and the armed aggression by the Russian Federation against Ukraine has demonstrated this. When women join the armed forces, 32,000 Ukrainian women are serving, and there are about 57,000 women that work in the entire defense and security sector. I have another presentation, but right now I will stop my welcoming remarks. I just want to say that we have to think about the content of equality of rights and equality of opportunities, because the equality of rights doesn't mean that the rights of men and women are always the same. Some approaches will be the same, some approaches will not. So the problem is complicated, and I have a feeling like it does not have a one single solution for everyone. So we have to have an in-depth discussion between practitioners and academia, and also use of statistics and research, and work with NGOs so that we could resolve this issue. I will mention another problem in my introductory remark, but then I will talk about that in detail in my presentation later. So this is about using of resource. That's how I worded it. Using of resource of our Constitution to attain an important objective of modern-day gender equality policy, which is the ratification of the Council of Europe Convention on Prevention of Violence against Women and Domestic Violence and fighting of this phenomena, Istanbul Convention included. And we know very well that there is a controversial decision of the constitutional courts of Bulgaria and Lithuania about Latvia about constitutionalism of that convention. Then there is a very good opinion of the Venice Commission, which is supposed to be used as a ground, legal and theoretical, and source of development and holding discussions around this document. And I think that that is yet another topic which requires huge attention and focus, because we want to have less manipulation in the society around this convention. We want to have less manipulations around the gender as a concept and term, and when they substitute this term with some kind of ideology which is not probably defined anywhere. So we today have this kind of task for academia, mostly because without their support, it's very hard to make a decision by the MPs, because MPs mostly base themselves on some manipulative myths of the All-Ukrainian Council of Churches and Religious Organizations. And that is our common cause and tasks. We are now collecting signatures under the e-petition to ratify Istanbul Convention on the website of the President. So if you did not sign it yet, please sign, because that is a step forward, and that is very important. Thank you so much. Thank you, Katerina. Now the official part has moved towards the discussion phase. You mentioned the 4 women, the founders of Grundgesetz. You know how many women of the 4 supported the idea of introducing the wording of Article 3 of the fundamental law, where they talk about the equality of rights between men and women? Only 1 during the Bonn conference, where they were working on this important document. Most of the delegates were men, and they insisted on retaining the wording about equality from the Weimar Constitution, which was about equality in political rights. And only 1 out of the entire group of the founders of the fundamental law advocated for the broad understanding of equality. However, she was by herself, she was alone. And only support from the civil society of Germany, the women's movement, was able to sway other candidates towards introducing non-Weimar, but a more broad wording, which is now Article 3. We have Svetlana Musienko with us, who is a lawyer and a partner of Sayenko-Kharenko law firm. She's a member of the board of the Ukrainian Bar Association and organizer of the UBA Forum, Women's Leadership in the Legal Profession. Svetlana, over to you, because it's very important to not just have an academic discussion, but also we need to hear something about support to women's movement and civil society. Thank you, Alexander. Good morning, dear ambassador, dear reputable guests of the conference. I'm very happy to be here with you. As Alexander mentioned, I represent the Association of Advocates of Ukraine, and I have a very important mission to welcome all of you on behalf of the association. I'll be brief because you're right, we have to stick to the timing, but it's very important to say, and I have to say it, the association is quite an important not-for-profit organization which brings together advocates, law professionals from all over Ukraine, and that's how we want to make their voice louder and heard in the Ukrainian society. And the question of equality and protection of the rights of women, and the question of women leadership in the legal profession, we're no longer using this as a legal term, it's a social view, social concept on the issue. Now, that is one of the key priorities of the association, and we take it very seriously. I want to also thank, and it's a pleasure to express my gratitude to the partners and friends, the OSCE project coordinator in Ukraine for the opportunity to join today's discussion. And I must say that these issues, these things that I'm talking about in the association are very dear to our hearts. We take it personally, in fact, and this summer we held elections in the association, and the president of the association is now a woman. Most of the board members in the association are also women. And that is for the first time in our history, and I am very proud of that, because it was never the case before. And this community of legal professionals supported this electoral campaign where we raised the issue of gender equality and protection of the rights of women. That was the most important element of the campaign, and that means that we change and we have to keep on changing and working. So I wish everybody a successful conference, and using the opportunity, allow me to invite you to the conference of our association to be held, I think, in spring next year. If nothing changes, if the lockdown will not be in effect. So it's going to be the fourth forum for women leaders in legal profession, and many of those who are present in this audience already visited and attended the conference. And I am very pleased to see familiar faces now. So we are welcoming cooperation. Thank you so much. Svetlana, thank you. Now the official part, the official opening of the conference is over, and it's not that formal. We discussed specific things, which is good, and I would like to thank our dear guests, the organizers, for the remarks that set the tone, and I hope that it will still set the tone for the entire discussion today. Now, I am offering Olena Kharitonova to take over. Thank you so much. Now let's ask our dear guests to take their seats. And the participants of the first panel discussion, I'm offering you to take the seats at the podium. So we will, I hope, have horizontal communication in place. And we will continue talking. Dear colleagues, this panel discussion is called Great Dialogue and the Contemporary Legal World, an ongoing conversation. Allow me to just say a few things. When we communicated to our organizers, to colleagues from the JurFem association, and we were speaking about the dialogue, we were thinking about what kind of image we want to use and what we want to discuss. And we recalled one thing. It's a very famous work from France, Hippolyte Rigaud, who is developing this work about the past and the modern day things, and they talk about the fairy tales of Charles Perrault, who was adapting folk fairy tales into literature, and they were, you know, he was a very important writer, and he talked about the past, the old and the new in the context of the writers. Homer was no longer relevant. At the time, they wanted to use something modern day, and now he's talking about this important literature dialogue, and we want to look broader on those issues. We want to talk about this dialogue between the old and the new, the past and the modern day, the dialogue around the contemporary problems. So how we structure this world, not just through text, but through interpretation of text, and how this conversation is developing around all that. So Hutchins, a very important researcher who developed this very important work, which is called Great Conversation, around some important relevant social issues, and that's why we wanted to talk about how the issue of human rights is discussed. We wanted to speak about how the idea of human rights, women's rights, is embedded into our day-to-day life. I'm very happy to see Katerina Levchenko with us, who is a front woman in Ukraine with regard to supporting the development of women's rights and development of women's movement. Katerina Levchenko is the Government Commissioner for Gender Equality Policy. And Katerina, I wanted to ask you as follows. So we celebrated 30 years of independence this year. And there's been so many information in the internet and in the presentations about the achievements of women's movement. We are now transforming the earth. You know, they are talking about transforming Mars, making it livable. By the same token, Ukrainian society is transforming. We are talking about creating a more favorable climate for women. Is that true? Does it really happen? Because there is one important French researcher who said that we have keep focusing on what's been done, you know, and men, I'm very much proud of that. But they probably did not pay a lot of attention to what has not been done with regard to protecting women's rights. Therefore, I want to ask you, how big is that field? How broad it is, where we need to accomplish a lot of important things, and how big are the developments and achievements which we have so far. Thank you, Olena. Thank you so much. They asked me this question on the eve of the celebration of our independence, and my response was as follows. For 30 years, they have accomplished a lot, and there are so many examples to prove it. Because, you know, imagine a forum like this 30 years ago, that would probably be impossible. The presence of a government commissioner at the CMU level, then interfactional associations, women's organizations, feminist organizations, which raise these very important questions for women, then changes, amendments to the legislation. Adoption of the law on equal rights and opportunities for men and women back in 2005. In 2001, there was the first law on preventing domestic violence. Then it was repealed, and then to replace it in 2017, they adopted a law on preventing and counteracting domestic violence. So that is just a tip of the iceberg. But now what's happening? First and foremost, we become aware of the problem. It exists, and everything begins from someone saying, we don't have a problem. You know, we have a constitution. The constitution guarantees equality between men and women in terms of rights and everything. And that is also translated from the Declaration, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and visualizing specific problems which exist pertaining to human rights and women's rights. For that, you need to have the understanding that the formal prescription of those rights in the law is not the only condition to support equal rights and opportunities in reality. So this recognition is one of the key achievements. This actually creates a lot of discussions, a lot of dialogue. And now we ask ourselves, where do we begin with regard to protection? Where do we end? Where do we stop? Then there is a question of equal pension. Is it discrimination or gender equality and its manifestation? What about employment, labor market, and the defense and security sector is kind of spearheading this whole thing, but the government is working on the legislation, which is, on one hand, general, and on the other hand, there are still some prohibitions with regard to women's work in certain jobs. So there is one important question, which is an issue. We are talking about high-level theory, and only now we are discussing these issues at that level. You know, there was policy making, enforcement, introduction, use. Now we have theoretical background for all this kind of work, because now we get better understanding of how to properly verbalize these issues, because our language, the terminology, and you can read the Constitution yourself, it's discriminatory by itself. Oftentimes we just don't notice this. Oftentimes we just do not notice ourselves using in legal discourse a few discriminatory things. And that is telling us that we have to move on and develop. And we need to understand that that course, which we call the European course, European integration course, it's just not possible without ensuring equal rights and opportunities for men and women. And that is very important, I believe. Do I have some more time? Yes, you do. Because, you know, speaking about the Istanbul Convention, do I need to talk about that now? Because you probably will have a separate discussion. That is yet another tool which can work in this regard, and it's very important to connect the constitutional level at the domestically and international standards. So when we talk about Istanbul Convention, European values, we have to also speak about three important gender equality conventions. Two of them have been ratified by Ukraine, and they're about human trafficking, they're about protection from children from sexual exploitation. Then Istanbul Convention, it kind of finalized this framework, and it has become the component which is missing to offer the tools to the public, the tools which can exist. Because we rarely speak about this. That is a very practical thing. It's a toolbox which support each other and which support as gender mainstreaming policy. So we are putting these issues into the focus of attention, into our social agenda, and these issues get a lot of advocacy campaigns. Why? You know, because it's important. We need to show the public how it can be operational legally. Thank you so much. The Istanbul Convention, and there was a full name, right, mentioned on a few occasions. So that is the convention talking about counteracting, preventing violence against women and domestic violence. And this document also was supposed to have something else in the title, you know, about GBV, gender-based violence. But there is a country which we cannot mention, and because of that country, we now have a new title. And we have to clearly understand that discussions around this convention arise not because of lack of recognition of certain provisions of the document, it's just the consequence for me. But non-recognition of some of its provisions has to do with non-recognition and lack of acceptance of equal rights and opportunities and between men and women. About that, by the way, convention is quite clear. Convention says that the violence can be overcome only when we can reach gender equality. And, you know, when you talk to politicians, many politicians, government officials, or, you know, religious organizations, community members, if you say that they do not support equality between men and women, well, then it's not really nice, right?
But saying that we are against the Istanbul Convention because it is a serious international law instrument. it is a way of putting resistance to the reforms that we've been currently discussing. So it's more than just a legal instrument to protect women and men, because it does protect men as well against various types of gender-based violence. So the discussions that stem from the very fact of the lack of ratification of this convention are linked to me with civilizational choice of countries. Either you go by European values of non-discrimination, rule of law, human rights, or else you go by old theories and ideas, including those which are related to imperialism. So the Istanbul Convention is not a first instrument that some vested interest groups are trying to use to tear their countries away from European or pro-European civilization area. So it was about juvenile justice, it was about a topic related to LGBTQ plus rights, etc., and the Istanbul Convention. So it so coincided that the convention has been very unfortunate in this country, amongst others, because it is abused, I would say, by some who promote totally different values. In the European countries, Eastern European countries, I mean, there are other countries that have failed to ratify it. So far, 34, 35 countries have ratified it. In our region, the Central and Eastern Europe, Croatia ratified it, Georgia ratified it back in 2019, and they managed to overcome those controversies and public debates. And in 2021, it has been ratified by Liechtenstein and Moldova, so where the resistance is very fierce as well. And my colleagues from the National Academy of the Security Service of Ukraine conducted research of all of the messages related to the Istanbul Convention, and the discourse is very similar in these countries and Ukraine. And one of the key, either legal or pseudo-legal, I would not comment on that, arguments is that the national legislation is self-sufficient in this area. And this can be implemented and properly applied, and it does not need any accession to international treaties to this effect. So when it comes to reasoning around this topic, that we need to develop the national legislation in this area that can lean on some of the provisions of international treaties without ratifying those international treaties, is just an argument that actually raises certain doubts amongst politicians, amongst practitioners, saying that yes, indeed, we should just develop our own national legislation, and that would be quite enough. So, and here we can refer to Article 9 of the Constitution, whereby ratified international treaties are part of the national legislation on the one hand, and on the other, where international treaties run counter to the provisions of the Constitution or the national legislation, then the latter should be brought in accord with the international treaties and our commitments under the international treaties. And many will argue that the Istanbul Convention runs counter to the Constitution, and in order to have it ratified, we have to introduce a number of amendments to the Constitution. And those could undermine the foundations of the constitutional order in Ukraine. So this issue of constitutionality or lack thereof in the Istanbul Convention is also part of the reasoning of the enemies or adversaries of its ratification. And we've got also the judgment of the Constitutional Court of Latvia, which was pronounced in June 2021. According to it, the convention is fully compatible with the Latvian constitution, and the Bulgarian Constitutional Court ruled to the opposite effect, that the convention runs counter to the Bulgarian constitution. I doubt that the two constitutions are totally opposite. I suppose they're very much alike. So why would the Constitutional Court's rulings be so different? I haven't found this ruling of the Bulgarian Constitutional Court in English, but my colleagues translated it from Bulgarian into Russian, and the major premise of their Constitutional Court ruling, and should I mention here that 12 Constitutional Court justices voted and 4 had a minority opinion. So, and that is the argument around the translation and the very essence of the term gender. So they speak about the social roles and models of activities and characteristics that are admissible in the society with regard to women and men. And it is very close to the definition given by the Istanbul Convention. But the Constitutional Court of Bulgaria says that this term is separate from the notion of sex, with biological and social characteristics. We all understand that gender and sex are totally different notions, and my impression is that the Constitutional Court justices in Bulgaria fail to understand this difference. And the very notion of gender was introduced to illustrate that women and men are not equal socially, and the essence of gender policy is not to make us totally equal, but to equalize our social statuses with equal rights and opportunities. Thank you very much, Katerina. It seems that the topic of gender is the ground for this schism in this society, this dividing line in this society. And it raises questions about our preparedness for the dialogue about gender. For example, last week we had a conference in our university about the social and political dialogue and common ground. And one of the speakers said that dialogue starts when the society and all of the groups in the society are ready or are prepared or are mature to engage in the dialogue. And I believe that now we are quite prepared to move towards this constitutional triangle of freedom, dignity, and rights. And we are free subjects, but in this constitutional space, we have to operate. And after the French Revolution, we understood that the equality was formal. Women were not engaged in the dialogue. But as Mr. Galavati said at the very beginning, Eleanor Roosevelt raised this issue when it became clear that we, the humankind, had to do something to continue existing in this world. And And the idea of equality is just part of this constitutional triangle. And now we are basing this dialogue around this constitutional triangle, and that is very important. What does it mean to be equal and to be free? And we will be looking at this free space of constitutionalism and see how free subjects are growing within that space. I quite recently read a research paper by Alison Breeze. According to her, gender violence or gender-based violence in different countries is construed differently and is replicated differently. And as countries get liberalized, various processes occur. And liberalization of authoritarian countries and countries with transitional democracy provoke higher level of gender-based violence compared to more developed democracies. And this uncertainty in the area of political and economic structures that exist in emerging democracies or in countries with transitional economic systems requires more attention to GBV. And GBV is not static, according to Alison Breeze, and it cannot only be referred to culture or to individual pathologies. Oftentimes, it's a matter related to a broad array of social, economic, and political issues. And we should look at not only through the cultural prism or optics, but on a broader scale, and it will allow us to capture the potential of all of such instruments. That's the fourth P in the Istanbul Convention, the policy intervention. So not only should they operate as formal declarations, but they should also work as interacting tools, and that is a most important innovative feature of the Istanbul Convention. Once Ukraine is prepared to ratify it, it will be part of the international civilized community, and that will be a statement that we share in those policies and values, and we undertake it as our commitment in front of the entire international community, and it brings us to the level of global policies, and it's extremely important for our policymakers to appreciate it properly. So there is one more research by Sarah Faris of female nationalism. There is a whole book about it, and she says that oftentimes gender topics are co-opted by xenophobes, by homophobes, as a basis for construing adversarial policies, through construing Muslim men, for example, as aggressive, as threatening, as dangerous for women. And via this xenophobic rhetorics and the use of gender topics as protection for women who need, since they are more vulnerable, they need better protection, special protection. So those protectionist approaches sometimes conceal the things that actually entrench inequalities, and they continue to reproduce it, to regenerate them even to a larger extent. We've got Irina Slavinska amongst the panelists, and she is executive producer of Radio Culture. She is the writer and journalist, and she is a host of the radio program which is called Human Rights Above All. You've been with this program for a long time, Irina. How did you come with this idea of this slogan, Human Rights Above All, and how can you build the dialogue in this very space? I'm not sure your mic works. No, it doesn't. Okay. Thank you very much for this question. I do indeed work for Hromadske Radio and Hromadske TV, and that was one of the most fruitful reforms that took place in 2017. And in the winter of 2022, the Suspilna broadcaster will be celebrating its 5th anniversary. And I believe that the mission and values of the Suspilna broadcaster brings us logically to the slogan of my program, Human Rights Above All. And that's part of our statute, Editors Board statute, to support equality and human liberties in Ukraine. And that is impossible without special attention to rights and freedoms of everyone and equality of women. I will be commenting on my program and on a broader range of issues. When I started to host it in Radio Culture, I had a very shameful stereotype as part of my mentality. I thought that part of our listeners could be very opposed to some of the topics, in particular gender equality. And then empirically, I noticed that that's not true. When we spoke about a failure to ratify the Istanbul Convention in Ukraine and the implications thereof, always raise a wave, or rather 2 waves of phone calls to the program. There are some who are opposed to the ratification, who believe into those myths of anti-gender equality. And there's always a huge wave of calls from our listeners who say that it is ripe time to get this Istanbul ratified. Those listeners are not professionals. Sometimes they do not know the terminology, but based on their life experience, they appreciate the need for it. In this summer, when we celebrated the 30th anniversary of our independence, there was a survey that actually corroborated my empirical data and my impressions of those calls. One of them was a survey by Democratic Initiative Center named after Elko Kucherev about the achievements of the Ukrainian independence, and the responders said that gender equality was one of the major achievements of the 30 years of independence. And that made me extremely proud for the work of my colleagues, journalists, who helped to translate this complex legal topic into the layman, just plain language, understandable to all. And another achievement was just the inclusion of the younger generation into all of the progressive developments. And they were surveyed differently, and they were held as a separate cluster of the responding audiences. And they divided that audience into younger men and younger women. And the result of the survey is amazing. There's a category of people in Ukraine, young women, 16 to 24, who prioritize their career success, and it is the first generation who allowed themselves to be successful. These are our potential voters, they are potential leaders of the future, and they are most tolerant. They are most receptive to equal treatment of all people. They have no problems with religious equality, gender equality, LGBT rights in Ukraine. And today's discussion would have been impossible, say, 5 years ago. But in 5 years from today, I'm sure what we are discussing today would be already outdated. Today we still argue about various approaches to something that will be a point of consensus in 5 years from now. And we've been discussing the French Revolution at length today. A couple of years ago, I translated a book by André Roche. It is called The First Sex. It is about masculinity, about what it means to be a man, and how this cultural concept of man and masculinity is shaped in the French society. And the writer also also looks back into the times of the French Revolution, and he, being a historian, says that prior to that, there was no need to actually speak about the qualities of a man, because people spoke about the qualities of a peasant, of a monarch, of a clergyman, but not about the qualities of a man or a woman. And this notion was crystallized as a result of the French Revolution.
In the very beginning, the group of women disarmed a group of men. They took their arms and they went into one of the buildings. It was a depot, I think, in Paris. And upon entrance, men disarmed those women again, because it is not proper and customary for women to bear arms in the streets. André Roche, based on that episode, is developing this image of a true, real man, quote unquote. He's got to be strong, armed, and aggressive, and he's not a woman. So, and that's how we have a series of dichotomies when the definition of a man is based on that real man, real human, non-woman concept. And that is yet another reminder for us that women's rights is also human rights. It's important to understand that human rights include women and men. And this is when I stop, and thank you, and I'm ready to take your questions. Okay, thank you, Irina, thank you so much. You also translated Orgasm and the West. From the 16th century until today, the history of pleasure. That is also about sexual practices, because oftentimes it's tabooed in social discourse, but they help with developing identity. You know, those cages, the crinoline cages that were covering vulnerable women's bodies. And then we are talking about urban spaces where women could not actually walk outside on their own without escort. And then you more are trying to talk about that identity and subject and its emergence in the law. So we're talking about constructing ourselves through the dialogue, and that's how we feel the identity. How did you actually decide to undertake this translation? Because it's a very ambitious topic. Trying to translate this book is not easy. I know that Alexander is a great fan. That's true, but tell me, please, how you decided to do this. What actually helped you? What motivated you? That was a very important symptom, because back in 2011, Robert Chamblay, the very important culture historian, that book needed to be translated back in 2011, and Tempora publishing house asked me to do this. And it became like a symptom, because in modern day Ukrainian reading community and publishing community, there are people who are ready to talk about that. The book is more innocent than the name, and you have to recognize it as well. It's called quite loud, Orgasm and the West, but it's more about the history of culture, Baroque, Renaissance, those periods. And there was one interesting fact. You know very well about the existence of such a document, which compiles important data. It's Kinsey report, and that is the report of a large group of men about their sexual life, and it resonates quite well in the second gender of Simone de Beauvoir. And the Kinsey report is documenting data about man's sexuality. But then 70 years ago, when this work, second gender, was established, there was no second survey, and that was about also women's sexuality. It happened only at the end of the 40s, and that means that in general, the tradition of focusing on women and needs of their soul and as a subject in legal relationships, that is a very young tradition. And you cannot compare it with the thousands of years of conditionally speaking Roman law, but you are the lawyers and you know very well how it works. I'm a media person merely, and that is an important starting point for thinking about establishment of equality of between men and women. And that happened recently between all of us, and recently we started paying attention to this. And that's why I think that in this idea of fight for gender equality, it's very interesting to discuss these things because it's very dynamic, it's full of innovations. And I think that in some specific features, it's even more interesting than the IT sector, the famous IT sector. We're not talking about sending rockets to Mars, but we're talking about reforming ourselves. Thank you so much. Thank you. You are doing a lot of important things. Ellen Six, who is a feminist, who is from France, and she's also a literature critic, and she said that women are supposed to embed themselves into the text, invest themselves into the text, because oftentimes they were not mentioned in the text. And this Orgasm book is written by a man, but it's an attempt to hold a broader discussion in our realities. And she's talking about Medusa, a mythical creature raped by Zeus because she was beautiful. And she's used, that image is used, and also it's about antique myths, and that's very interesting, why they shape up these things like this. And I mention also Virginia Woolf. She wrote a phenomenal essay, Own Room, and for a woman to start writing, you gotta have your own room. And those feminist issues are not just about the cultural framework, it's also about the resources, including economic resources, because this is when you can write, when you're free, and when you're not supposed to think about what you're gonna eat for dinner. And that's when you have the intellectual freedom. You're not an annex to something. Only recently I, read the second gender in translation, and I realized that she's not saying I, she said they, them, women, and she's not talking I, she says they. That's very interesting how, through the language, they shape up this otherness that she's talking about. The male experience is kind of normative and fundamental, role model and example, but for females, it's like kind of an annex to men, an addition. And the world, which is inclined to otherness of the vulnerable, this is when we are not talking about that specific issue, but it's not only about women, it's about others who are not represented well in political space. This is about other vulnerable people with different shades of vulnerability who are not in compliance with this regulatory normative experience, and that is very hard for them to integrate into the social and economic field. And I kept thinking about this process of silence and not talking about specific figures in Pierre Bourdieu, and today we have this discussion of French literature somehow, but Pierre Bourdieu, a researcher who resonates a lot with me, and he's talking about the structure of political field, and he says that oftentimes in this field the power is quite distributed and scattered, and this is when we use emphasization of certain subjects, when in this field they become obscure, and in this field oftentimes we have this scattered political capital, and this political capital is not just about money, it's about networking, connections, and status and power. That's very hierarchic, right? Moderating, like in this case, you work in horizontal plane, but you're developing the field where you operate, and that's very interesting. And by the way, I came across one research where women held an interview, and they were analyzing how men were behaving, men who were interviewed. So men always try to counteract this hierarchy. They always opposed when there's a female interviewer, which is a position of power. Men were trying to call her honey dear, those kind of words were used. And they were talking to men who were producing sugarcane, and they kept emphasizing their masculinity to actually apply that masculinity to the dialogue situation, and so that the interviewer will no longer be in the position of power. And that is very interesting, how through the construction of that kind of field we are developing the figures that are silenced. And oftentimes, I have this kind of experience, and that was a purifying experience when you cry over a book or a text. And right now, with us, we have Larissa Denisenko, who was the author of this text, and the text that kept me crying, that helped me purify myself. Okay, thank you so much.
Письменниця, медійниця, яка є співзасновницею та членкиною правління Асоціації жінок-юристок України «JurFem», є посланницею толерантності про ООН в Україні, яка написала текст, колонку про свою бабусю, яка водила її в дитинстві в органний зал. Якщо ви дозволите, пані Лариса, я скажу про це. Да? Це чутлива тема, але якщо можливо, вже це прозвучало в публічному просторі. І бабуся водила Ларису в органний зал, і Ларисі це не дуже подобалось, вона не розуміла, чому бабуся туди ходить. А далі з роками виникло якесь пояснення, чому це сталося. Пані Ларисо, можете нам трошечки про це сказати?
Так, доброго дня, всіх вітаю. Ти знаєш, я хотіла би от перед тим, як відповісти на це твоє питання, що я обов'язково зроблю, поговорити і піти трохи глибше. От в загальному контексті нашої розмови я нещодавно взагалі заглибилась в тему культури і чеснот. І коли ти заглиблюєшся в тему культури і чеснот, ти бачиш, що, наприклад, чесноти і вади з давніх часів це були фігури жіночі. Тобто вади і чесноти – це були фігури жінок виключно, і вони були як абетка. Тобто це було постійно нагадування в різних стилях. Вправлялися митці переважно, це були чоловічий світ митців, які зображали вади і чесноти. Трохи пізніше, оскільки все-таки відбувалися еволюційні процеси і суспільні еволюційні процеси, це стали більше такі сюжетні великі полотна, де можна було побачити різних персонажів і персонажок, і там можна було вже стежити, наскільки їх було багато. Тобто там залюдненість була неймовірна і заістотненість, тому що не всі вони були людьми. Але від початку це абетка чеснот і вад, вона містила в собі от такий жіночий вимір. І жіночий вимір чому? Тому що, власне, жінка не вважалася людиною, тому що, власне, чесноти належали мужам. І якщо говорити про право, і підґрунтям правом, і насичення права є філософія, культура, то ми можемо побачити, що, говорячи про чесноти, ми говоримо про носіїв чеснот. І якщо зображення чесноти вад – це жінки, то носії чеснот – це чоловіки. Історична мужність, милосердя, справедливість, стійкість, розсудливість, потім християнські віра, надія, любов туди додаються, але це все стосується ніби виключно чоловіків. Вони носії, вони про це пишуть, всі філософи насправді про це пишуть. Аристотель, Ніцше, всі намагаються говорити про чесноти, яка людина є чеснотною. І це в основному великі мужі. Коли туди зараз на різних дискусіях вплітають жінок, то вони на той час не вважалися носійками жодних чеснот. Я вам хочу більше сказати, загалом чесноти жінки, це є такий вислів у багатьох дослідників мистецтва, проявлялися на картинах через цнотливість, вроду і милосердя. Тобто це три чесноти, які от просто у проявленні на картинах належать жіночому світу. Натомість те, що я перерахувала, там ще гідність, справедливість, тобто там багато чеснот нанизується, котрі різні філософи виписують, належать до чоловічого світу. Зараз давайте подивимося, наскільки це взагалі можна вважати справедливим в сучасному світі, та й тоді. Коли, власне, вважалося так, що оцей поділ на красу, милосердя, цнотливість і все решта, він і зараз, коли йдеться про стереотипи, він приблизно такий самий залишається. Тобто дивіться, які глибокі коріння от таких речей, от наскільки вони там глибоко, наскільки вони можуть нас тримати за ноги, оці всі речі. І коли Ірина зараз говорила про те, що дівчата сучасної України 16, 18 і далі років вже себе виокремлюють як толерантних, як дуже дієвих, як дуже людяних людей, це свідчить про те, що дійсно відрив все-таки відбувся неймовірний. І єдина, власне, пересторога, як на мене, заключається в тому, що як і про права людини, як і про людяність, як і, власне, про рівність, нам не потрібно забувати говорити, бо якщо ми припиняємо говорити, це дуже швидко може просто десь подітися, і ми знову з вами, Олена, з вами Катерина, з вами Ірино, перетворимося на фігури чеснот, а не носійок чеснот, якими ми є переконана, і я думаю, що Олександр мене в цьому підтримує, ми є. Якщо говорити про інакшість, ти знаєш, я от зараз, ти нагадала мені про бабусю, це достатньо свіжий текст, ви можете його прочитати на сайті «Нове время». Це новий проєкт ПЕНу, до правління котрого я теж ходжу, ПЕН Україна. Ми розпочинаємо завжди кожен рік новою фокусною темою в культурі, яка ув'язує людину, культуру, людиною права і свободи. І цього разу це повернути своє ім'я. І мій текст, зокрема, пов'язаний з втратою ідентичністю і замовчуванням ідентичністю моєї бабусі. Але перед тим, як трохи про це поговорити, поділитися з вами цими рефлексіями, я думаю, що люди мого покоління, принаймні, котрі вчилися в радянських школах, пам'ятають таку картину, я вже не пам'ятаю, в якому підручнику вона була, це було «Вигнання боярині Морозової». Дуже таке поширене полотно, де дуже така нещасна або вольова, по-різному це можна сприймати, жінка на санях, вона висилання, тобто її насправді відправляють до покарання. І ви знаєте, я згадую от якраз про контекст, Олена, культури, от таких речей, що на той час жоден викладач чи викладачка не говорили нам, наприклад, про те, що бояриня Морозова трималася за своє право на віросповідання. І взагалі вся ця картина, якщо дивитися на неї як на правовий сюжет, вона підіймає дуже багато речей. Є люди, котрі її підтримували, є люди, котрі готові були її цькувати. І вона відбувала, тобто до покарання за свої релігійні переконання, за свободу совісті, власне. І це дуже просто суголосно з моїм текстом, тому що моя бабуся, вона з депортованих литовок. Якщо ми про депортацію кримських татар і татарок говоримо вже достатньо більшою мірою, частіше, тому що цьому сприяла анексія Криму, зокрема, ми стали більше про це говорити, то такі випадки, як, власне, депортація меншини, яка є меншиною і для України, і була меншиною для Радянського Союзу, вони не надто поширені. І люди, які зазнавали такої травми, вони обирали модель захисту мовчання. Це було мовчання, тобто в моїй родині взагалі про це ніколи не говорили. Ми починали про це вже дізнаватися, коли бабуся пішла з життя, на жаль. І мама моя була депортована разом з бабусею, але на той час їй ледь виповнився рік. І тому, відповідно, ви розумієте, що її пам'ять, вона була сформована абсолютно інакше. І це був, між іншим, жіночий досвід Олени, тому що бабуся, оскільки вона була депортована за дідуся, який вважався не надто надійний, і вони всі теж не надто надійні, з двома малолітніми дітьми з Вільнюса в Підбрянські ліси. Це так, щоб ви собі уявляли, в деревню. Моя бабуся була католичкою, і про це теж насправді ми дізналися набагато пізніше. І дім органної музики, я займалася музикою, і це було достатньо нормально, що я ходжу слухати органні концерти, або співи, або будь-що, що було в програмах костьолу. І от я зараз сказала костьол, я тоді це не особливо це сприймала, як костьол, дім органної музики, я туди ходжу постійно, я добре навчалась музиці, любила музичну літературу. Мені це в цілому подобалося, але не розуміла, чому постійно. От просто жодного разу я не мала нагоди пропустити жодний концерт, тому що бабуся мене постійно туди водила. І часто там сиділа і плакала, я думала, боже, насправді людина, вибачте, діти бувають жорстокими. Я думала, людина абсолютно не розуміється на музиці. І я тут сиджу, розумієте, людина дуже обізнана в музиці, і я не плачу, а вона сидить, ти розумієш, і плаче, ніби вона музику відчуває краще за мене. Це взагалі дуже снобське взагалі уявлення світу, дитяче. Але коли вже пішла перебудова, коли вже, власне, ми почали говорити більш вільно на різні теми, то мої литовські родичі, я завела цю тему, або хтось з них завів цю тему, сказали: ну ти ж розумієш, чому вона туди ходила з тобою? Я кажу: ні, я не розумію. Ну тому що вона там просто говорила з Богом. Це для неї було питання віри, а не питання твоєї музичної освіти, не питання твого розвитку, тому що це була єдина нагода її відчути свою ідентичність по вірі, відчути свою ідентичність по національності, відчути свою ідентичність як людини. Тому що, на мій погляд, будь-яка руйнація ідентичності, яка для нас важить, насильницька руйнація, яку ти замовчуєш, яку ти проковтуєш, яка позначається, між іншим, на твоїх дітях і онуках, бо вони позбавлені оцього простору і знання, вона руйнує дуже багато в тобі. Дуже багато речей, які для тебе є важливими. І, власне, це текст про це, що я би дуже не хотіла, щоб будь-хто з нас, і, між іншим, це прив'язка до Стамбульської конвенції, про що ми сьогодні теж говорили, почувалися загроженими чи загроженою через те, що вони є людьми, які, наприклад, чомусь не вписуються в будь-яку суспільну норму, сучасну, або в майбутньому, або в минулому. Тому що для мене Стамбульська конвенція – це захист людей будь-якої ідентичності. Це просто про захист людей. Якщо ми заперечуємо Стамбульську конвенцію, ми заперечуємо той факт, що кожна людина має право на цей захист і має право почуватися захищеною.
Дуже дякую, Лариса. Я зараз пригадала англійську поетку Барет Браунінг, яка казала: ми всюди шукаємо бабусь і не знаходимо їх. І вона мала на увазі, що немає жіночої поетичної традиції, чи вона є, але вона дуже фрагментарна, і ми не можемо на неї спертися. І це от, спроба шукати щось, на що ти можеш опиратися, а воно в тебе нібито відколоте, або якесь неіснуюче. А з іншого боку, поки ти виступала, я думала про те, чи не надто ми зараз опікуємося питаннями, хто ми є, замість того, щоб думати про те, куди ми йдемо. Тобто ми дуже часто зараз сконцентровані на питанні ідентичності, але як це пов'язано з тим, що ми маємо якось формувати такий солідарний фронт, щоб подумати про те, як ці різні ідентичності кудись рухаються разом. І в цьому плані, мені здається, що ідентичність – це все-таки дуже така перформативна, я, мабуть, більше схиляюсь до Джудіт Батлер, оцієї постійного переконструювання ідентичності, флюїдності, ідентичності, яку дуже складно зафіксувати як щось статичне. І тому, постійно акцентуючись лише на ідентичностях і не думаючи про те, а які цілі перед нами можуть бути разом, я не кажу, що треба уникати питань ідентичності, але, можливо, треба змістити фокус з ідентичності на якусь спільну солідарну мету. От що ти про це думаєш?
Знаєш, я думаю про це так, що людина, яка в силу різних причин почувалася загроженою в плані будь-якої своєї важливої ідентичності, вона має просто відчути цю точку спокою і балансу. Тому що допоки це не буде знайдено, людина просто, на жаль, дуже побіжно здатна думати про майбутнє. І це зараз я не говорю про якраз такі, знаєш, цінності виживання. Я якраз говорю про інше, бо ідентичність – це про права людини і про свободи. Це вже не про те, чи достатньо тобі хліба, щоб поїсти, чи достатньо тобі вина, щоб попити. Це про гідність, про свободу і про цінність твого життя, і цінність твоєї особистості. От допоки людина... А в нас, ти розумієш, країна загублених ідентичностей. В нас дуже багато загублених ідентичностей, те, що некомфортно проговорювати подекуди. Наприклад, дуже важко, змусити когось відчути себе нащадком окупантів, зокрема. Нащадками людей, які виселяли, депортували, катували. І, можливо, хтось може думати, що це не суттєво і не треба про це думати, а треба рухатися уперед. Але ж в нас дуже багато конфліктів зашито саме на цьому. От допоки, власне, ми не визнаємо відповідальність, відчуття себе, розуміння. Нас архіви не так давно стали відкритими. І дуже багато людей тільки зараз починають розуміти, як складалося життя їхніх найближчих родичів, відкривають неймовірні речі, які були замовчені. А мовчання – це страх дуже часто. А подолати страх, от щоб крокувати в майбутнє, да, щоб цю прірву перестрибнути, нам потрібно будувати якийсь місток. А от тут він може бути різний, Олено. Хтось, можливо, це краще будує через віднаходження і повагу до своєї ідентичності, хтось, можливо, обирає шлях допомоги іншим людям, хтось, можливо, обирає шлях солідарності, а хтось поєднує ці всі шляхи. Тобто одне, на мій погляд, абсолютно не заперечує іншому. Можна рухатися в майбутнє, але не забувати, от конструювати своє минуле.
Дякую за цю відповідь, тому що дійсно хтось обирає шлях свідомої амнезії, свідомого забуття і не хоче себе відчувати нащадком ката. Можливо, а хтось переживає це і пробує жити з цим досвідом, пам'ятаючи про нього. І ти заговорила про страхи, і я хотіла передати слово
Раз. О.
Ага, зараз в мене щось, така кількість мікрофонів. Дуже дякую. О. Про страхи. Якось у нас був поглиблений тренінг з питань гендерно-сенситивного конституціоналізму. І потім ми розмовляли і заговорили з паном Олександром Водяніковим, якого я ще раз представлю, щоб наші глядачі могли почути, тому що я працювала з непрацюючим мікрофоном. Національний радник з юридичних питань, координатора проєктів ОБСЄ в Україні. У нас така розмова відбулася про те, як ми от працюємо з тематикою страха в суспільстві. До речі, оцього страха іншого. Оцей страх, такий, який породжує, можливо, якісь ксенофобні штуки. Оце жінка як інша, чи якась інша уразлива постать. Як ми живемо з цими страхами? Мені пригадалися от такі відомі хорори, жанр муві, коли завжди існує, як правило, в цих фільмах існує оця final girl, остання дівчина, яка проживає... У мене мікрофони... запрацювало знов. Хотіла сказати, що мікрофони мене не люблять, і він одразу передумав і запрацював. Але оця остання дівчина, яка проживає ці всі страхи і рухається до кінця фільму, і все-таки виживає в кінці кіно. Що от ви думаєте про гендерний дискурс в світлі питань страху іншого, страху іншування, оцих питань нашого підсвідомого, тому що той самий П'єр Борд'є каже, що символічне оце насильство, воно ніколи не працює свідомо. Це вшиті в нас речі, і часто домінуючі спільноти навіть не задумуються над тим, що вони чинять, і що це може бути чимось травмуючим, іншим і так далі. Що ви думаєте про це, пане Олександр?
Дякую, пані Олена, за таке дуже цікаве запитання. Хочу зразу зробити ремарку, що мова не йдеться про гендерні стереотипи в хоррор-мувіс з самого початку. Але дійсно питання іншого до нас – це дуже важливий момент. Це майже те, що закладається на неокортексі у нас в розумі, коли ми відчуваємо себе, саме ідентифікуємо себе крізь відношення з іншими. І це інші можуть бути як жінки, так і інші, і меншини, і народи, і взагалі інші люди. Оця, скажімо так, ідея іншості, вона наскрізь просякнута, власне, всю історію людства, просякає всю історію людства. І навіть зараз, зараз ми з вами ідентифікуємо себе по відношенню до інших. Тобто, іншими словами, ми не існуємо поза нашої взаємодії з іншими. Навіть наші ідентичності вибудовуються через те, що ми відрізняємо себе від інших. І це має досить такий великий сенс, в тому числі для правосвіту, про що ми сьогодні, власне, і кажемо, тому що сучасна нація, розуміння сучасної нації, власне, воно вибудовувалося з часів Французької революції, власне, в протиставленні однієї громади іншої громади. Тобто немає іншого, якщо немає іншого, його слід видумати. От, відомий професор Саїд з Каліфорнійського університету навіть писав досить цікаву історію орієнталізму в Західній Європі, і він виказує дуже цікаву тезу, що Європа постала, як вона є, власне, через референцію до Сходу, референцію до іншому. Пан Головатий сьогодні, розпочинаючи наш захід, згадав про цю відмінність між droit de l'homme і human rights. Droit de l'homme – це, власне, і є революційний проєкт 18 століття, в основі якого була закладена ідея спільноти, політичної спільноти, до якої належали виключно чоловіки, причому чоловіки білі, чоловіки з певним достатком. Що? Да, така гегемонна маскулінність. Да? І от навіть декларація прав чоловіка і громадянина, це, власне, була декларація прав саме чоловіка, а не жінки, і як громадянина, розумієте? Ось. І права людини завжди мали оцю референцію, а я маю на увазі droit de l'homme, як права людини, мають цю референцію до приналежності до політичної спільноти. Жінки не належать до цієї природи, вони були іншим по відношенню до цієї спільноти. Тому вони не мали політичних прав, вони не мали цивільних прав. Ну, обмежені, звичайно, мали якісь обмежені права, але разом з тим вони ніколи не вважалися рівноправними суб'єктами цієї спільноти, допоки не була змінена сама ідея цієї спільноти. І знову ж таки, Сергій Петрович згадав про загальну декларацію прав людини, про Елеонору Рузвельт. Якщо ви, скажімо так, почитаєте, як Елеонора Рузвельт представляла цю декларацію, ви не побачите в її промові референції на людські права. Вона казала «rights of men». Елеонора Рузвельт все ж була в тенетах у цієї старої революційної ідеї, що права людини – це є права члена політичної спільноти, до якої доступу не мали жінки, не мали меншини, не мали навіть звільнені раби в часи Французької революції і багато інших категорій людей. 48-й рік – це є парадигматичним роком для нас, для нашої цивілізації. Чому? Тому що замість droit de l'homme, революційного проєкту Французької революції, ми отримали human rights. Droit humain, як зараз є цілий напрямок в французькій культурі на заміну droit de l'homme. Тобто, як права, які належать людській істоті в силу самої природи, в силу того, що вона є людською істотою, незалежно від того, чоловік, жінка чи інші речі. Чому ми кажемо про важливість ідентичностей? І гендер – це також важлива ідентичність, вона має величезне значення в праві, в правосвіті, не тільки через ідею недискримінації. Ідея недискримінації, ідея рівності – це важливі ідеї, але вони не мають розглядатися як річ собі. Ці ідеї є, власне, тим інструментом, яким вибудовується справедливе суспільство. Справедливе суспільство, як розуміється зараз, як ми його прожектуємо на майбутнє. Тобто, дійсно, таке розуміння може варіюватися в залежності від розвитку суспільства. Якщо, скажімо, знову ж таки, часи міжвоєнні, ідеалом була рівність політичних прав між чоловіками і жінками, і ніхто не міг навіть в такій просунутій в демократичному плані Веймарській конституції, а вона дійсно була досить передовою на свій час, ніхто навіть не згадував чи виступав за забезпечення повної рівності між чоловіками і жінками. І, звичайно, що ситуація суттєво змінилася вже після Другої світової війни, коли на уламках старої Європи поставали нове суспільство, і дійсно в багатьох випадках випадково. Я вже розповідав про Беату Сіроту, яка заклала під час нашої харківської події, яка заклала ідею гендерної рівності в японську конституцію. Це також було випадково. Так само випадково в Grundgesetz з'являється стаття 3. Тому що більшість чоловіків і навіть 3 з 4 жінок, які були в Боннській конференції, вони були згодні з тим, аби залишити ідею рівності, яка була в Веймарській конституції. Тобто жінки рівні лише в політичних правах. Все. Тобто ні про яку іншу рівність мова не йшла, і лише підтримка громадянського суспільства, жіночого руху, і знову ж таки наполеглива робота однієї лише жінки визначила те, що в німецькому основному законі з'являється положення про повну, власне, рівність між чоловіками і жінками, з якого вже згодом розвивається певна практика. Але дійсно, коли ми говоримо про демократичне суспільство, дивіться, до Другої світової війни ми казали про нації. Ми казали про нації, а зараз ми кажемо про демократичне суспільство. Змінюється дискурс, але він змінюється не тільки термінологічно. Тому що нація – це було, власне, політична нація, політична спільнота вважалася. Така, що становить націю. Вона дійсно була маскулинною, вона була обмеженою, вона була...
It was rather limited, and it was not as inclusive as a democratic society. And now, this change in paradigm says that all the people, regardless of their identities, regardless of some of their features, they have to have equal rights. As mentioned in the democracy term. Right, it's a good dialogue, and you probably have noticed that the name of this panel discussion means great dialogue and a modern day of law. So thank you so much, dear speakers of the panel. Thank you for giving us some food for thought. And Katerina also wants to ask something.
Дякую. У мене питання не...
I have a question, not just for Alexander, but a general question. And for me, that is just a summary for one of the discussions which we had during panel 1. When we talk about gender equality, we of course talk about justice, democracy, those kind of things. But now, I have a question, which I oftentimes hear from others, but in a different interpretation. Allow me to word this question this way. Why it's beneficial for men to offer this legal and other kinds of identity for women? Well, this question already contains an answer. That's very important. Well, I'd like to rephrase it a little bit. I'd like to rephrase the question. Why in modern day society it's important to support equality with women? Or how do I phrase it? So the question is not actually about men per se, because we try to inclusively split the society into two parts. But I'd like to ask the question about personalities, figures that enjoy power in society, because, you know, you're not supposed to just bring all men into one big category, because in that category there are numerous segregations and discriminations and whatnot. Well, in brief, and being very short and without losing any time, I just want to refer to the practical experience and case law of two constitutional courts from Spain and from Italy. And in both cases, the gender quotas introduced in electoral systems were disputed, and they said, well, they mentioned one important thing. They said the existence of such quotas is not an issue of equality. It's an issue of proper democratic process, a due democratic process. So this kind of equality, in fact, is not a question of treatment between men and women and vice versa, but it's a question of supporting just society based on democratic principles. Thank you so much. Let's continue this discussion if we can. Just, one or two phrases, and we will continue this discussion during the coffee break. Allow me to thank dear speakers, presenters. Now please take your seats. And we have now a keynote speech, and while I'll be talking, I'm going to ask Dmytro Vovk, who is from the Rule of Law and Religion Research Center from Yaroslav Mudry University, and he is also a PhD student from the philosophy department, and he will be talking about anti-utopia, and he'll be talking about social development and the system of law. While Dmytro is getting situated, I recall that in 2017 there was this very famous book, Anti-Utopia, by Basterica, and that was the situation. Based on the plot of the book, there was a pandemic of a deadly virus, and it impacts animals, and now all the animals need to be put down, and people need to switch to vegetable food, and they still have to use protein. And at some point, they started growing people as a source of protein, but they were not calling it cannibalism, they called it special meat. And it was, this is a very scary anti-utopia, how we form this world, how we shape it up, and how certain things remain untold. And how do we live in this world? So from the standpoint of utopia and anti-utopia, Dmytro will contemplate about modern-day processes and legal systems. Now I am giving floor to Dmytro, and I become a spectator for now. Dmytro, over to you, please. Thank you, Lena. Thank you so much. Well, it stems from George Orwell, the new language, the idea from the book 1984. Where if you remove certain words, then you change the human being. If you say freedom means free restroom or free boots, then intellectual freedom, political freedom will no longer be used, and that changes people. And that is indeed an intellectual provocation, because, I'm very grateful for this recent remarks, because they put this discussion into some kind of abstract plane or dimension, and Nadia mentioned that, and Katerina as well. I will speak more about abstract things, because they become practical through more steps rather than gender equality policy or other things. Then it's important to mention that I recently organized a consulting process on the freedom of religion and beliefs and equal rights and opportunities for women for the OSCE or DEAR. And I invited one expert, and I said, please take part, because we are focusing on the post-Soviet space. And she said, I'm working on gender equality and freedom of speech, but I do not do those things together. And for the first 15 minutes, I'll spend talking about constitutionalism and the idea of modern-day law, and then I will show you, hopefully, how that translates into gender equality. I don't think I will be able to just speak about it without any evidential support. I think I will find some good evidence to support my statements. So, this is not just about the rule of law, because the idea of constitutionalism is the rule of law plus the human rights. And in a more global dimension, how we know this? It's built on the idea of relevant autonomy between the policy, moral, and the law. The law, on one hand, is not at all a political will, and yet will not convert into a way of impacting the public by the politicians and the state, and the legal system is not always capable of doing this. We can just now mention the judgments of the Constitutional Court from 2010 on repealing the constitutional reform, which apparently, in my view, was politically motivated.
But the very fact of the existence of norms, procedures, and principles sets a certain rule for the arbitrariness of the state. On the other hand, the rule of law exists where you cannot always equalize what is legal and what is correct, because what's correct ethically, it does not always mean that it will be legal. And it's fairly difficult to find the total equivalence. And I would refer you to the case law of the Constitutional Court of Ukraine, one of the very first cases on constitutionality of a criminal culpability in a society that did support this type of punishment. At the same time, we can refer to the CC ruling of 2018 about replacing the capital punishment with life imprisonment. And it was based on moral principles rather than on the legal ones. So, anti-law or non-law is always about the process of destroying the rule of law and this autonomy. Paul Gowdy, American researcher, says that the rule of law is about three principles that are always in existence. First of all is regulation. That's the written statutes that regulate the life of people and their associations. Then publicity, and the regulated subject should know what they are about. And totality, meaning that they will be used universally in a non-discriminatory way. That is, to those who are in power, the state officials and non-state agents, and those who are subject to those in power. So, and here we speak about discrimination and gender equality, and discrimination actually excludes a certain group of people from the general field of subjected to rule of law. And Gowder gives the example of racial discrimination, religious discrimination, ethnic discrimination, etc. So, rephrasing Tolstoy, all nations with the rule of law have it in a similar way through these principles, and those that have problems with rule of law, have no rule of law, have differences for different reasons and different mechanisms. We are not always speak about authoritarian or autocratic countries, but also about new democracies or electoral democracies. You can see that laws can be applied in different ways to public officials and to people in the street. Laws can be amended or added with, or then introduced and implemented through a number of secondary legislation, which can distort the letter of the law entirely. And the question is, how far can we go there? And I will digress here with a story from my own life. My legal advisor and research advisor defended his thesis in 1952. It was about the Soviet law, and it was dedicated to some formalistic issues. He was speaking about the rule of the written statute. But when he started discussing this dissertation or thesis with his colleagues in the university, the article by Joseph Stalin on issues of linguistics was published, and his thesis never came to the board, the research board, because he had to take on board the provisions of Stalin's article. So when we speak about this absolute of the law, so I had this association with anti-utopia. Of course, there is room for the philosophy of law, and the art, literature, and cinema show what can happen to the law if we go too far. What happens to the law in totalitarian and autocratic orders. And it's strange that in the philosophy of law, there are very few such cases of research, unlike in the philosophy of the state or the power of Leonidas Sedonsky's The Power and Imagination. But the philosophy of law is left behind or beyond this research. And Douglas North, in his book Violence and Social Descendants, so that it is kind of social evil. And it would be interesting to look at how the idea of contemporary law deconstructs this idea of autonomy. And if you look at such papers, classical ones of 1982, or We by Zamyatin, or This Brave New World by Aldous Huxley, and Nabokov's Invitation for the Execution, you will see that there is an issue of freedom or non-freedom. Aldous Huxley, 20 years after the publication of this New Brave World, spoke about return to the new brave world, said that it's the major issue, and Isaiah Berlingen calls Huxley as one of the preliminaries to today's world. And if we single out this legal system out of this order, we will see that it's about the change of the vector from ensuring freedom, which is the idea of Western treatment of law, individual freedoms and human rights as a continuation thereof, then the law becomes a factor in ensuring non-freedom. And this non-freedom destroys the generality, because there are some people who are more free and some who are less free. There would be public officials and civil servants, like a political and economic elite, that enjoy more freedom. And there are social outsiders that the state, the government, would not take care. Those are the Waldman or the Bradbury's book people who are beyond the level of political freedom. And those who are in the core are pretty much limited. So it's against generalities. There is law for common people and for the public speakers or public figures. You might have seen the movie V means Vendetta, and the heroine played by Natalie Portman violates martial law or curfew, and she is apprehended by two men who tried to rape her. And they show that a person is not protected against the public power, the public authorities. And we referred already to the generation 16 to 24 years of age, that's the next generation to mine. My generation felt it quite organically than when you see a police officer in the street. You should rather cross the street to the other side. And that is based on years-long experience that younger people do not share anymore. So this non-freedom is established And we speak here about the rules of non-freedom and certainty and uncertainty of law. And when we read all those books, we see that the political order that is established there bites away some smaller pieces of freedom, freedom of association, freedom of law, freedom of press, freedom of expression, etc., then the freedom of political parties. And sociological surveys show that the difference between Western societies and non-Western society is that in Western societies, horizontal relations are much stronger. In Ukraine, we have got two types of well-established relations: vertical, that is the state, and horizontal, that is the family. Whereas in Western societies, people can name 5, and in the USA 10 different types of horizontal relations: civil society, church, etc., etc., etc. So the government that destroys these relations intentionally strives to establish non-freedom. It is interesting to lawyers that the establishment of those prohibitions transforms the legal system towards the greater role of public law, and legal regulations becomes a norm, whereas with Huxley or Bradbury there are some pockets of non-legal regulation. Then in Zametin's book there are no such regulations at all, and there are no legal professionals because they are not needed, because most of the legal professionals work in the domain of the private law. And it is very consonant to the experience of contemporary social lawyers, and we speak here about the need for ensuring civil rights and social rights. And the entire body of public law actually destroys the publicity of the law system, because they deprive people of the opportunity to get oriented in what they can do and what they cannot do. So the right or the law turns into the tool of controlling a person rather than the tool of setting up a resistance or putting up resistance to it. In Nabokov's invitation to the execution starts with the phrase, according to the law, Cincinnati C was announced his death sentence in whisper. So the whisper of law, whisper of the sentence, is the penal stage of destroying the law altogether. So, and we see in with oral that there are no legal procedures whatsoever. And Brian says we don't have any law because we are the law. And court is not about procedures, it's about mysteria. And as a result, an individual does not feel any normative frameworks. At any moment, he can be destroyed by the law, because the law equals those in power. And with Gower, you can see that at this very moment, the very last element of the rule of law is destroyed, and the law turns into anti-law. It can seem a literary image, but it has got internal logic to it, because the paradox of any totalitarian society and the paradox of law is that in such states there is no legal system that will meet totally the interest of this state, and there would be no body of norms that would satisfy the totalitarian ruler. And this existence of norms, irrespective of their contents, is just the first step away from totalitarianism. The research of Stalin and post-Stalin Soviet Union are rife with examples when the criminal law, criminal procedures in existence at that time was replaced by abuse, by arbitrariness, and totalitarianism. And there would always be some people who should be put on the philosophical ship, or like in Platonov's book, on a boat and get drifted away. And there will always be a situation, a certain point in history when those in power will need to remove their opponents. And when Carl Schmitt or and the king of lawyers of the Third Reich, and he was a very talented philosopher and politician, will write an article, Führer protects the rights, and these are the true rights, unlike those were lawyers focus their attention on. There will always be a principle of law that will stand in the way and that will have to be rescinded. And in the Soviet past, there were certain restrictions, but they were totally ignored when the minor could be shot dead for killing his parents, or the case of Fabyshenko and Rokotov, in order to escalate the measure of criminal culpability. So I would now switch the vector of our discussion and look at the plot that brings us back to the second part of our large dialogue, about equal rights and opportunities for women. So how does this non-freedom establish itself? Whereas with the marginal role, it's due to certain external factors, due to certain cataclysms, the state grows and leads the entire society to a better world. And the state cannot restrict itself with certain legal procedures. With Huxley and Bradbury, this transition is non-violent at all. So, and it is a consequence of the desire to make the life of the society better, with fewer conflicts, with no suffering. And Brandmeister Bitter in 355 by Fahrenheit describes the prohibition for reading books by that book can violate the rights of some social groups, like Uncle Tom's Hut irritates the white, and other books irritate the black people. And now we can think of some cultural wars that irritate lots of people with different views and opinions. And Bradbury, since the book was written long ago, foresees this conflict between freedom and non-discrimination, which can bring about a situation whereby the absolutization of certain values can appear to be non-freedom. And Huxley's society is the society of consumerism, and everyone's is supposed to be happy. So the purpose is to transfer anti-utopia into utopia, building a better society. The goal is the same, but the tools are different. And that leads us to the final question or issue. Speaking about the law, utopia and anti-utopia is always evil for the law. And relying on the law as a key tool in social transformations is always an issue. And it is important for the understanding of the nature of human rights, for understanding what tools need to be used for the human rights to become a reality for ever more countries and ever more people in the world, because human rights are not established by the law or court decision. They are established by everyday social practices that will be then documented or corroborated by court practices or case law. And it is a bitter pill for the legal professionals, because by and large, law does not always work in the situations of social transformation. It is too simple but too heavy a tool in facilitating those changes. And I will tell you two stories that pose a lot of questions and I don't know the answer. These are two judgments of the ECTHR. The first one dates back to 1990s, Leyla Şahin versus Turkey. Leyla Şahin was a student of a medical school in Ankara. She was a Muslim woman and she wanted to wear a hijab, and she couldn't do that in Turkey, where it is prohibited in the universities. She insisted on her right and she was excluded from the university. She migrated to Vienna and she applied to the European Court for Human Rights, and it's a margin of appreciation of the state, and if the state says that in public universities hijab should be prohibited, it's okay. It does not violate human rights. And one of the justices of the European Court explained it to me that when the judgment was made, they took into account the fact that in some of the regions in Turkey, hijab is mandatory. So the court didn't want to give a signal that such practices, which many feminist movements believe to be discriminatory, the court did not want to give a signal that it is allowable, it is permissible. And I wonder if it is correct that a woman is free to choose what to wear. It is correct. But what shall we do with Leyla Şahin? She strives to be a medical doctor, and in Vienna, she actually did wear the hijab. This experience is alien to me, of course. I can't understand those values. But can we buy the transformations in those rural communities at the expense of the rights of Leyla Şahin? I'm not sure.
There is another case, Wade and others against the UK. So she worked as a registrar in the UK. Right, registering marriages and whatnot. And she was a religious woman, and she was an elderly woman. And at the time when the UK recognized same-sex marriages, for her that became a problem, because on one hand she had honest beliefs, and the UK courts recognized that her beliefs were true and honest, and she could not register those kind of marriages. But then on the other hand, there is a government requirement for a public official, and she informally requested to please continue working as a registrar, but for heterosexual marriages, and the other registrars would register same-sex marriages. And the team said okay, and she had just a few years until her pension. And 2 years later, there was a scandal, and in fact, she is confronted, and she was made to retire. And then she went to court in the UK. Then she went to the European Court of Human Rights, and the European Court of Human Rights said that the UK court is right. Then this older woman, she dies. And I ask myself, is it good that one group of population is excluded from the discrimination? That is good, I think, of course, because, again, we're coming back to the question, why are the people interested in this? Because it's a problem of universalism, right? When you feel yourself as a citizen of the second class, then it's a problem of the rule of law, because it increases the chances of some illegal ways of dispute resolution. But now, this lady got employed a long time ago, and she would never think that she had to register same-sex marriages. Well, this liberalization, freeing up, can be bought at the cost of her rights. I'm not sure that it can be. But this is where we draw the key conclusion. The threat to the rule of law is a threat to the fact that politicians, the state, they all they hijack the law and they abuse it. So the Nazi Germany, Soviet Union, and in Ukraine sometimes we see the same kind of thing. But then there is another threat. right? Because when you get obsessed with building new, more just and more correct world around us, we under this agenda hope too much and rely too much for repressive features of the law, because then this utopia of law translates or converts into anti-utopia. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Dmitro. Thank you so much. Thank you for in-depth presentation, which contains a lot of skepticism. Colleagues, do you have any questions? Because, you know, we somehow again hijacked this podium and we introduced this hierarchical practice. Do you have any questions? If you do, I will come to you with the mic and you will be able to ask. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for a very interesting introduction. I want to make a few reflections with regard to your two last questions and examples, specifically about the second example. When compliance with the rights of one group results in violation of rights and beliefs of the other group. And we're talking about the right to the freedom of beliefs. I'd like to use one Ukrainian example, which is quite threatening. And as for me, it has some analogy with things you mentioned. We are talking about reproductive rights of women, and specifically the right to abortion, which we have today in Ukraine, and which is disputed by many political powers, specifically ultra-right. And today we don't have any legal prohibition. Of course, there are some draft laws that aim at prohibiting this right, but someone is already working with the doctors. And we do have information about trainings also in the medical colleges where they offer students and doctors to no longer perform abortions because of certain religious beliefs and other beliefs. And this situation results in tragic incidents for many women who come across the situation where they cannot perform an abortion, which they wanted to. And they are sent to another doctor, to another part of the country, which requires additional resources. And as a result, it brings illegal abortion and harm to people's health. And also that is an issue with regard to the applicable law and the actions of the state. So keeping this example in mind, we also can talk about there's controversy between the rights of different groups of people. Right, it's global, not just domestic. And the law on restricting abortions in Ukraine will never be adopted. And Ukraine is not Poland. That's a quick response to your question. You know, all the attempts to introduce that kind of bill will be fruitless. Olga Bogomolets is probably ultra-right in this case, but that is a part of the discourse, and we do have attempts like this in place. But the special rapporteur from the UN on the freedom of religion in 2020 report is talking about many examples when de facto this right is restricted, and he's talking about Uruguay, where 85% of medical staff in some parts were using this subjection, the right of subjection. They refused to perform this kind of operations or surgeries, and oftentimes they in real life just completely disregard this right. They don't use it. And recently someone mentioned this, since I deal with the freedom of religion, and this is really a right statement. From this standpoint, you know, they forget to mention religious women. They are now no longer present in that kind of discourse, because when you visit some interconfessional dialogue events, and it's like a boys' club, right? You always see men, older men, who try to decide for the others. When you attend advocacy meetings, they are very skeptical usually about this group of people, and they are somewhere in the limbo. For many religious women, it can be an issue. And in this situation, of course, the obligation of the state is to provide access to women to the procedure that she wants to get. And we have to draw the line between private and public medical establishments. If in public medical or health establishment or clinic, you come in and you get the service, and when you graduate from medical school, you also need to know about the situations when, you know, there are some certain beliefs that may come in conflict in liberal countries by the way they have it. You can use this in cases of euthanasia in the Netherlands. But when we talk about private establishments, they have to use more discretion in this case, and they have to decide themselves whether they apply this kind of measures or not, and the government is not in the position to order them. So you have to give access on one hand, but on the other hand, you have to create situations where there is an alternative, and this alternative can exist and offered by private establishments where they may refuse performing that kind of procedure. Okay, thank you. Now, to continue, I have another question about male genital mutilations and whether private clinics, considering that this is a private practice, can they perform or refuse to perform because it's recognized as violation of human rights. There are so many documents that are calling this barbarianism, and that there is general consensus at the global level. And I do not know any single politician or international lawyer who would seriously say that the freedom of religion or beliefs covers also that. There is a different story. What do we do with those kind of practices with regard to men? Because, you know, there are Western societies that say maybe we should prohibit those kind of practices with regard to Muslim and Jewish children, because, again, that can result in health problems. And that is a very complicated issue, I think. Well, in some social discourse, they say that the religious indicator is about the number of marriages and abortions in the society. That is an objective indicator that can speak about something. But so on one hand, excluding women or other people who have a need in that kind of communication with God. And then on the other hand, we gotta have a balance to fill in the void which the Metro today was talking about, so that we are not filling in the void with repressions, because we have to have some kind of phased regularity and, you know, phased gradual regularity. We have to find some good process of regulating the identity issues, because norm is usually a rule which applies to everybody and it covers many situations, and this phased gradual regularity is a way out. I'm remembering Tommaso Campanella, who is the author of The City of the Sun, and he is talking about that the wind blows severely out there in the open sea or in the desert, because this is where you have the void and there is something that tries to fill in the void. So I think that the right is that kind of mechanism which can fill in the void in a delicate way through a phased graduated regularity. And that's how we have to think about it, how to develop and shape up this process. Dmitro, thank you so much. You raised that microphone like a sword, like a dagger. So do you have anything to say? No? Then you can approach him during coffee break and ask your question. Now we are announcing coffee break, and we will continue as soon as the coffee break is over. Thank you. See you then. Dear colleagues, now we are about to begin another panel discussion. We will talk about the women's movement and constitutionalism. I'm honored to present my colleagues from JurFem, Christina Kyiv, chairwoman of the NGO Association of Women's Lawyers of Ukraine, a human rights activist, lawyer, and we have Yarina, who is the head of Communication Center, and Katarina Shunevich, head of the Analytical Center, NGO Association of Women Lawyers of Ukraine, JurFem, Victoria Karpa, head of the Educational Center, NGO Association of Women's Lawyers of Ukraine, and Darina Zarzhitska, who is the director of the Human Rights Education Center in Lviv. Over to you now. So, JurFem, and we will talk about women's movement, women's legal movement. And it's very nice to talk today in this conference, which is discussing constitutionalism and rights of women. We are convinced that rights of women are an inseparable part of the fundamental law, and we can discuss this a lot. Thank you for invitation. Thank you for opportunity to take part. And today with you, let's talk about the future. Let's talk about the future of women's legal movement. What's our place in legal community, in legal movement, and what kind of challenges we all meet, and what kind of objectives, what kind of goals we put forward. Speaking about women's legal movement, compared to the overall women's movement, I should tell you that this movement has, its history is not as long. Because, you know, back in the day, in the 1800s, Ukrainian writers, they united, they were writing about women's rights, but they were not lawyers. Or maybe they were lawyers, but we do not know much about them. So just recently, I personally discovered one advocate, lawyer, who worked in Ukraine and in Kyiv. We know her as Hrytsko Grigorenko, but her real name was Alexandra Slevtsikova-Kosach, and we know her as a writer, but very few people know that she used to be a lawyer, and she graduated from legal studies, and she also studied in Kyiv high courses for women, and I learned about her from one book, and you can read about her from the same book as well. It's called Rebels, New Women, New Formations, and there is something about her mentioned in the book. So I wanted to mention her because she spoke about the presence of women in constitutions. And she, while attending one of the public events dedicated to amendments to the Constitution, and it was the Constitution of the Russian Empire. And she said as follows, and I will quote, "They draft Constitution. Not a word about women, and allow me to remind you about this forgotten group of lawless." And I wanted to mention the principle of equality for women. All women were silent, they got used to be silent, and that is the quote, which is very important for all of us. It's important for the association in the following context. Do we know if our voices are heard? Do we know if we work enough to make the voices heard, the voices of those women who cannot speak about the violations of their rights and about their needs and about the gaps in legislation which are present today, and how we overcome those challenges? How do we fill in the gaps? So that's why our colleagues and I back in 2018 established this association called JurFem, Women's Lawyers of Ukraine. And our task was to consolidate women's legal movement. Not just women's movement, but we wanted to bring together women lawyers and together work in the area of women's visibility and also work together on making sure that women's rights and their voices are heard. So before we presented the association back in 2017, we ran a research about women in legal profession, just to not be unfounded. Because they said, why do you unite? Why do you create this association? Because there is already an association of lawyers, advocates, there is the Bar Association, there is so many. Why do you want to bring together women lawyers? And we ran a survey among women lawyers, and those are different. Women judges, women advocates, women working in law enforcement and in academia and whatnot. So you can read the results from the website, but there are two important numbers that I need to mention. Question number one, which you asked, reads as follows. Have you seen discrimination in terms of access to the profession? And 65% of respondents said that yes, we have seen discrimination in terms of access to the legal profession and how it was manifested. And that is about getting hired, then promotion, then equal pay compared to men on similar jobs. So for the same job that women lawyers were doing, we wanted to get the same exact pay, and this discrimination is still in place. Then second number, which I wanted to mention, is there was this question. Have you experienced sexual harassment while exercising your professional duties? 36.9% of respondents responded that they personally became victims of sexual harassment in their professional work. And these are the numbers. These are the numbers that we have collected. And these are not just numbers. They included comments, testimonies of our colleagues, women from the legal profession. And you can read that information on the website. You can read about this research, and all that shows us, the legal community, that there is a lot of room for improvement as of today, and we now know in which area we have to develop. And of course, this number of issues is quite broad that have to be in the focus of our discussions and plans, and it should tell us also where to go, where to move. Now, if we look at similar associations of women lawyers that exist in the US, and by the way, that is probably one of the oldest associations. They date back to 1800s when they were established. And then there are associations working in Canada or in the European countries. So if you look at them, you'll see that these associations focus mostly on advocacy of rights and interests of women. And they are in the focus of their work. They include things like legal analysis of legislation, overcoming discriminatory norms present in the legislation of every country, overcoming the gaps. We looked at a broader perspective, and we're not just working towards advocacy of rights and interests of women. We also work towards education, and we work towards women's visibility in legal profession. And I wanted us to discuss today the women's legal movement, which is a huge advocacy power, because this movement is something due to which we now have very important and valuable changes in Ukrainian legislation. The women's legal movement is creating the case law which is covering gender discrimination. Women's legal movement is helping with promotion of gender equality topics. They have been included into the training programs for lawyers, and in fact, these are very important issues. And also, on top of that, let's talk about partner organizations, advocacy groups, and how we together try to put on gender-sensitive glasses on the legal community. And we need to think whether we really need to give them this new lens.
Equally important is the topic of featuring the work of women lawyers and their contribution to the advocacy of women's rights and interests. The more open we are to cooperation with the society at large, and the more actively we underscore this role of women lawyers, the more trust there will be in the society to the legal professionals in general. So I would like to ask questions of all of my colleagues in their respective areas, and I invite you to discuss our contribution into the advocacy of women's rights and interests. We understand that human rights defenders rather than lawyers were at the very beginning of this work, be it legislation on counteracting domestic violence or else the law on equal rights and opportunities of men and women. Those were women's organizations, human rights defenders who initiated the discussion around these issues in this society. And it was a challenge to us how to get representatives of the legal profession engaged in these discussions. And in March 2020, we, within our associations, initiated the analytical center or think tank JurFem. Ekaterina Shunevich is the CEO of this center. She is a PhD student of Ivan Franko University in Lviv. Katerina was very insistent in establishing this center. Some time ago, she addressed me saying, Christina, I can contribute to the expert analysis of the national legislation in this area. So let us think how to institutionalize it. So this center or think tank conducts expert evaluation and pronounces expert opinions on current legislation and legal proposals and draft legislation, and she will tell us how a legal community participates in the work of this center and how we bring together the entire community to promote interests and rights of women in the legal profession. Good afternoon, everybody. To start, I will answer Christina's first question, and then I will comment in greater detail on the second one. Our analytical center, JurFem, is an integral part of the association and deals in the analytical work related to gender equality and non-discrimination. We also conduct analytical research, and we pronounce expert opinions of draft legislation. So we also look into visibility of women and access of victims of gender-based violence to justice. As far as the second question is concerned, when I looked at the topic of this panel discussion, I decided for myself that I will address two issues: the role of legal community in general in the human rights movement. And human rights movement in general is about people who are experts in the realm of law, but also a number of people who are motivated, who want to introduce change into the public practices. So the legal community in the context of human rights movement and the role of women in legal professional and our think tank as an intermediary with this community in is ensuring rights and opportunities for women. Now, speaking about legal community, when we speak about that, it's not an abstract notion. Behind it, there are real people with their convictions, with their values and interests, and these are people who are motivated by the rule of law when conducting their professional activities. At the same time, is the community with their own rules and certain agreements. Sometimes it is difficult to bring together judges, prosecutors, and legal professionals like legal defense law advisors to discuss certain legal issues. At the same time, I suppose that the major task of the legal community is to provide assistance in defending human rights, so that every person who is not a lawyer but suffers from the violation of their rights could turn to that community for the protection of their rights. And the rights of women is an issue to which the legal community should respond, from identifying the problem and then shaping certain solutions. When I speak about shaping of solutions, I mean certain clear proposals that would be taken on board by Parliament, that will be then translated into laws that eventually will be implemented. And we are speaking about the issue that exists and that we are ready to address it. Then now speaking about women's movement in the legal profession, why is it so important in this context? Just not to be too generalistic, I would like to tell you about our activities. We would go to the regions, we will bring together legal professionals to discuss these issues with them, and these can be representatives of various allies in the legal profession, and we raise certain issues seeking certain proposals or solutions. And when you talk with people who participate on a daily basis in protecting rights of victims and who advocate for human rights and for women's rights, you can identify the issues or problems. And it is important for the legal community to participate at this very initial stage. And women in legal profession will be speaking about the interests of victims, for example, of gender-based violence. Then not only do we identify the problem, but we have to find responses. And the response of the professional community is very important, because it's this community that are the bearers of expertise. Over the last few years, we've seen very realistic changes in the legislation. For example, not only maternity leaves, but also paternity leaves for fathers. And this initiative was conceived at the grassroots level, and then it was inflated to the very center, and then it was shaped as a law. Another initiative, a legislative initiative that also was conceived at the grassroots level, was about administrative liability for domestic violence. Without those discussions by the legal community, by identifying issues, problems, and proposing solutions, we would have never had the legislative regulation of those issues. That's why the movement of women in legal profession is about people who are prepared to respond to challenges in a pinpointed manner or in a general manner and develop general solutions. So, we are speaking about the dialogue today, but for the dialogue to take place, it is essential to speak about women's rights as a subject matter, but also about those who stand up for women's rights. And I here mean a movement of women in the legal profession. The Legal Center, JurFem, is an NGO prepared to be the platform for such a dialogue. Thank you very much, Katerina. Indeed, Katerina spoke about the think tank operation, and I would like to underscore that this think tank is the only NGO that carries out analysis of proposed legislation and pronounces expert opinions on those pieces of proposed legislation. So there was a whole set of proposed legislation that this think tank has analyzed. And those opinions are of great popularity and in great demand by representatives of the government and MPs, and that's extremely important. Katerina also mentioned a large dialogue and the community's preparation for discussions, but the large dialogue around gender equality amongst legal professionals is only possible when all of the participants have the necessary facts, have the necessary information and experience. Only then will we be able to conclude that this dialogue is successful and resultful. Where do we get this information and experience? I remember while at law school, I never heard this term gender from any lecturer or professor of mine, nor did I have an opportunity to read about gender anywhere. But when it comes to the protection of human rights or protection of the rights of the victims of gender-based violence or domestic violence, again, literature previously had nothing on this score. I got this information from informal education and not within the legal community or the community of legal professionals, but rather from within the NGOs, human rights organizations, etc. So there was this clear information gap in the academia and academic literature. Today, the situation has changed because we've got also JurFem Education Center chaired by Victoria Karpa, who is a lawyer by background, and she is also the human rights defender. And her center develops products for legal professionals focused on gender equality. No matter what they talk about, including land reform, they would focus on gender mainstreaming and gender-related aspects of any reform or any piece of legislation. My question to Victoria is as follows. How do you initiate a meaningful discussion with representatives of legal profession about this issue, and what is the quality of education product related to the topic? Now, our center, JurFem Education, was established with the idea of promoting gender-sensitive knowledge. Only thus can we change the mindset, can we change the mentality, and can we initiate dialogues? So it was our opportunity to provide such knowledge on counteracting SGBV and promoting certain knowledge for legal professionals who participated in numerous events offered by our center. And even though some of our educational products are of strictly legal nature, for example, those dedicated to the land law, we promote them from the optics of human rights and gender equality. We all appreciate that even if you are the best legal professional, you might be still very far away from the values of the rule of law. So twice we spoke about the relations between the legal community and the society at large, and sometimes representatives of the legal profession are seen in a romanticized way, those who protect fairness, equity, and human rights, whereas in real life we see that representatives of legal community sometimes stigmatize victims, particularly of gender-based violence. Sometimes they are themselves sexist, sometimes they use hate speech, etc. And thus we create huge abyss between the society and the legal profession representatives. But by educating lawyers and other representatives of legal profession, we thus nurture trust in the society. So we have to educate lawyers that will be gender sensitive, those who will know what the tools of non-discrimination are, and those who use them in their professional and their everyday life. By and large, we work with practicing lawyers, male and female, with the younger representatives of this profession, with the law students. And I am sure that young people should be open to compromise, to tolerance, to inclusion, to equal rights and respect, and only then we will be able to build the prosperous and law-abiding society in this country. Speaking about where we can use this knowledge, I can say that promoting gender equality can be achieved in every sphere, be it the bar, be it law enforcement authorities, be it academia and law school contexts. And these steps can be small, from just using feminitives up to a complex activity of human rights defenders. Now, when it comes to education, we understand that it was quite recently that women could study as lawyers. And there were women who fought against discrimination that paved the way to this achievement. And we have to uphold those values in our capacities, respective capacity. Gloria Steiner said that we don't need just a piece of the existing pie. We want to bake our own, because there are too many of us who would like to partake of it. So gender-sensitive optics is just an ingredient of the recipe of this pie. So we should be baking this pie with due appreciation of this fact. Thank you, Victoria. We will be baking the law education pies based on new recipes that would be useful to all female and male lawyers. The JurFem Education Center designs several education programs, but they also have mentorship program for younger lawyers. Not only are we working with women in legal profession, but also with men, because we believe that working together, women and men lawyers can speed up our progress towards our goal, towards the introduction of true gender equality of Ukraine. In order to be successful, we are sure we should think out of the box, and we should work beyond the frames of our own professional community. So we should reach out to other professional communities. We should learn about what they think about legal professionals. And this inter-community dialogue can also be of a very great value. So I will give the floor to the director of Human Rights Education Center in Lviv, and Darina Zarizka is its director. This center is our peer. We were established at approximately the same time, and Human Rights Education Center in Lviv covers the topics of gender equality and a very broad range of topics and issues that they publicly discuss in Lviv, pertaining to Roma community rights protection, women's rights protection, LGBT rights protection. And I think, Darina, that you face a much more difficult challenge because Galicia, the district or the region where you work, is fairly conservative, particularly when it comes to protecting the rights of Roma community or LGBT Q plus community. You found very interesting formats. You create varied content. You propose drama. You work with the art community. You work with grassroots communities and neighborhoods with whom you discuss very important issues. So could you share with us your experience of reaching out to various communities and raising topics that used to be taboos in the society? Why do you choose such formats, and what challenges do you face in your work?
Thank you so much. You're right. You know, our organizations are of the same age, and Volodya Beglov in 2017 asked me to join the Educational Human Rights Center in Lviv. It was quite interesting for me because we had two important cornerstones upon which we wanted to build everything. So we wanted to spread the ideas of inclusivity, respect everyone involved in fighting fear, and also the second cornerstone was about our conviction that the key format of our work is going to be public events, and also we were in dire need of a space to work in. And I think that the greatest achievement of our team for the 4 years of work was as follows. We, number one, allowed ourselves to make mistakes. We experimented a lot, and because of that, it became clear for us how to speak about complex topics with broad audiences. And we actually were focusing on public lectures format, and we got ourselves in a trap because we were receiving same people who were the usual suspects, attending similar events all the time. And we wanted to cover more people because otherwise we were preaching to the choir. And the pandemic helped. Right, so everything kind of slowed down, including ourselves, and we saw that there was a problem. We reformatted a little bit, and today's work for me reminds me a street with a two-way traffic running in parallel. So in one of those lanes, we are producing content which has this gender-sensitive lens and educational component. The second lane of the work is about developing communities, building up communities, and it's important for us to grow. We don't want to have the same 30 people who visit us during public lectures all the time, but we want to have more people. We want to have a more diverse community there. And I remember very clearly, it was early this year, I think, when we held an online discussion to honor and to celebrate the opening of the JurFem Education Center. I remember one of the colleagues said that she acts out as a showbiz person occasionally, and we do act as showbiz people. It doesn't have to do with our day-to-day job, but it allows us to step outside our comfort zone and work with broader audiences. This is what we have seen in the course of our work. You probably are aware about the research that shows that in the Ukrainian society there is a high level of preparedness for performing discriminatory actions, but we see that it is dictated by the fact that school education has a lot of gaps. And in fact, adults have a lot of gaps in fundamental understanding of the world. On top of that, there is low level of critical thinking, which is applied to people and how they read the news and how they trust in fake information. Now, there are a lot of anti-vaxxer movements, which are quite popular. So if you analyze all of the discussions in specific communities, you will hear that people get vaccinated, then they start receiving broadcasts through the 5G networks, and there are a lot of homophobe communities as well and sexist communities. So we can follow that kind of trend, and most often we have to start thinking about developing critical thinking among people, and we need to spread the understanding. We need to spread the information about the context, because that is something that is lacking. And as I said before, we are now working with the community, we are playing around, we are acting out as showbiz people. And there is one of the experiences that we have. This year, we started one initiative. It's called Video Project. We ain't no fools. That's what the name says. And when we were working on many different events, there was this Nina Stepanko-Vishnevetsky. She's 66 years old, and she is a very proactive citizen. She's an actor in one of the community theaters, and she was able to act and ask questions, quite smart questions. And during the pandemic, we decided that we need to create more content. We cannot just hold events. And then we recalled that there is this lady, and we filmed a quick video. You remember that Italian granny who was talking about the rules of conduct for this time of pandemic? So we used that. That actually inspired us. Then we looked at Anna Wintour video as a masterclass, and we created a product where this lady called Nina talking about some socially important topics, and she became all people's favorite. And when season 1 of the project was over, every week we were receiving messages from people asking to show Madame Nina again. And I'm gonna ask you to watch season 2, episode 1 tomorrow, and that is how you develop loyal audience. And we produce one video with Madame Nina. We make an entire season, and then we can offer more complicated topics for the same audience. Christina, you mentioned our work in terms of promoting LGBT rights. And I want to get back to acting again. It was a very interesting experience. Allow me to mention the community of Roma people, which is quite a unique format. And when the pandemic started, we understood that the old formats were not working. We needed to adapt somehow. And once people told me about the Outriders, Polish media, and they said that in Instagram they were making stories or reports in the shape of stories. And that is a very good approach when you adapt your report as a story. And then they simplified it as announcement. So we decided that we have the lecture format, right? That's your traditional format, and the training that can be converted into stories format, and that's what we did. The first product was about the LGBT community, and that is about different aspects, and we use the tools which are usually used during training. So there is a survey, there is some interactive exercise, then there are some conditional group exercises, and that's exactly what we did with Roma people. And that was quite a challenging thing, because that's what we wanted to do. Then we started organizing focus groups to understand the moods of the people, and then at some point I got scared, because I thought that, you know, we've done so much about LGBTE, we then had this show. We were not stoned after this, which was good, and then we started asking about Roma people. Well, I thought that we will no longer have that kind of community. But then we spoke to the audience. It was very important because we understood how to present information, how to make that kind of presentation. So we offer training. We use the interactive tools which are offered by Instagram. We also think about distribution, and that's how during day 1 we had 17,000 users covered. So imagine how many traditional trainings you need to hold to cover this many people. And what's interesting, we were using this formal indicator, which is the number of subscribers, and there was no attrition, so we only had new people. Speaking about the show, it's a long-term product because it's a postdoc show, and it's a postdoc musical, to be precise, and we spent 2 years producing it. Why? Because we had to run a research, then we developed an artistic concept, and then we had to produce the show itself. So we want to step outside that comfort zone. We want to bring in new audiences. And for instance, to produce that show, we invited a good costumes designer, Mr. Bahinsky, and he designed these costumes, he made those costumes, which has become another important idea, how we can make this interesting. If topic is not interesting, you can make costumes interesting, and the musical as a genre can become also interesting for some people. So when this show is advertised, and it's now run in Lesya Ukrainka Theater, so people buy tickets. And if you're going to visit Lviv, please check the website, and if you cannot find tickets, send me an email. I think that this is a great show. You have to see it. And that is a good way of reaching different audiences. So that's our task. And if we are talking about all this in the context of a dialogue and legal community, I kept thinking for a long time what I'm supposed to say, because I'm not a lawyer. And we are kind of doing something else. But I recall that some time ago when Darina was little, my dad went to a movie rental place, and he rented that in Brokovich, and I watched it on several occasions, and that was the time when we were using VCRs, and you had to press that button to rewind or move forward, so I've watched it on many occasions. Then when I was a grown-up, I somehow started thinking about why that character inspired me that much, and I realized that there was this key feature with her, not just because she was working on some environmental issues and she was trying to bring corporations to justice, she was able to find a solution to build communication between professional lawyer and community. And I think that our cooperation with JurFem is kind of like that. In the future, it can develop along these lines when we become mediators, when we become those keys that open the locks of human mind and how deliver information in a format which is accessible, clear, and useful. Thank you, Darina. Very interesting. That is about the future. That's about how we can move forward and under which format. As the Association of Women Lawyers, we always think about the channels of communication which we can use to deliver the information so that we could engage more people and unite the community around the topics which we raise. So I can tell you that that is not easy, because on one hand, we are a part of the legal community, but on the other hand, we are the Association of Women Lawyers, and which is not exactly a specific element of the overall legal community. And that is true, because I remember one case when we had negotiations about participation in one of the legal forums, and we wanted to take part as partners in this forum. Against a cash contribution. So we were ready to pay for our participation in the forum. And the forum was about criminal law, and when we were discussing an opportunity to take part, we received an answer, well, women's rights and criminal law, I don't see the connection. Well, you are the Association of Women Lawyers, that's not very serious for this event, especially making you partners of that. So, of course, I decided not to dispute that. Because, sexual violence, rape, aren't those the topics that deal with women? So oftentimes, when you are part of this community, you have to show them different formats to deliver the information. Because you can tell them that women's rights and protecting women is exactly about this. You are responsible for making this topic relevant, no matter what you talk about, corruption risks of business, or land reform, or criminal law. All those are topics which have to do, among other things, with women's rights, because women are part of the Ukrainian society, and also they are a part of the topics that you're raising. That's why I have a question to Yarina. Yarina Voloshin, who is the head of our communications unit. And I'm grateful to her because this is the format that she comes up with, to reach out to the community and to deliver the information. And she came up with many formats. So I have a question to you, because you, among other things, is also a gender equality expert, and also you are a historian And that is a very valuable contribution to our organization, because you can look at all this phenomena from a different perspective. So why do we come across this resentment when we talk about protection of human rights and inside the community? If we automatically somehow encounter a wall, and we have to break through the wall and explain that it's also about human rights. Or when we want to take part in any kind of event, or when we want to talk on a radio TV show, we need to find ways and means to explain that this topic is important, and we can expertly talk about that. So why this is happening, and if we look at future, how that can develop, how kind of communication ways we can find to make this delivery more effective. Thank you and good afternoon. I kept thinking about what can be discussed today, and allow me to start by providing an excuse. I want to mention that this problem of exclusion of the gender equality issue from the overall discourse is a problem of a social discourse. It's a problem in any kind of expert community, and the background is quite ancient. You know, we mentioned this historical idea of constitutionalism. We in parallel understand that there was a political thought and political movements. The new states were emerging and disappearing. And now the question is that those gender equality issues used to be white spots. You know, we had the declaration of a man and a citizen, and you know, things like that. Then there's all this rhetorics and the behavior and political culture and legal culture, all those things. The question of gender equality and everything connected to that in those issues was somehow covered with those blind spots. So when women appeared in political landscape, they were limited with some women's issues, you know, school, preschool education, but again, they could not, of course, take any kind of leadership roles. So they only had bits and pieces of that. So when we started seeing good examples of women in politics in the 20th century, then very often that would create that kind of
Питають, хто ж вас надихав?
disservice. And very often, you know, when people ask for an example, they bring up Margaret Thatcher. And she is indeed a very bright politician. And she represented Conservative Party, and in many presentations, she would say that she does not understand the problem of gender equality, and she did not see the need of holding any kind of reform, which, you know, which would cover domestic violence or fighting discrimination and so on. And very often, this kind of public behavior only reinforces this blurriness of the gender equality problem. You know, it's kind of up on the surface, and half of our humanity are women, but nevertheless, understanding and taking seriously something that is not seen is very hard. So this gender blindness is not helpful, neither to men or women, and it's not protecting anybody. So more to that, when I'm responding to the question of Christina about how to find ways and means, the key slogan which I'm trying to use in my life is find arguments which can be applicable for specific audiences. For some people, you know, domestic violence is too expensive, right? That's what they think, because it's cheaper to just do prevention, right? Prevent cases of domestic violence instead of, you know, reacting to those cases and dealing with consequences where we have victims and where people's lives are broken. And when fighting all this and overcoming is much harder. From the standpoint of communication, talking about problems is a ungrateful thing to do. It's wrong, because, you know, when we talk about people who are acting as public relations managers for some major brands, they say give people positive emotions. But our mission somehow, and I think that you guys all selected this mission for yourself, to talk about complex things. And since we are looking inside ourselves, talking about violence is unpleasant, right? And for many years you've been doing this job and you already have a lot of experience, but still, when you go deep into this topic, when you start thinking about violence, it becomes uncomfortable for you physically.
And while listening to my colleagues here, those who spoke about literature, anti-utopia, I recollected Naomi Alderman's novel that was recently published in Ukrainian. It's called Power. And I will tell you this story. It starts with teenage girls who get superpower. They get a new organ that generates electricity, and this electricity can be transferred to older women and used to close this gender gap and become the powerful of the world. So this book has got several layers of what the feminine issues are about, but there are very dramatic scenes of rape, and it was extremely hard to read it. It was too graphic, I would say. So what I understood upon reading that novel was, once you appreciate that violence is hideous, irrespective of the victim, if you try to exercise power via violence, it is hideous and ugly, then you will become aware of what discrimination and gender inequality is about. Now, speaking about the mission of JurFem, it is about shaping gender-sensitive legal community. We understand that when we enhance the visibility of this issue, even if it is unpleasant and even it does not testify to certain success story, we would not be able to address it properly, nor will we be able to promote it in the social discourse, and we won't be able to find certain solutions. Now, domestic violence is quite visible in the social discourse. We've started to talk about SGBV related to the conflict, and if we actually highlight them in the social discourse, we will be able to propose certain legislative initiatives to prevent cases of SGBV and domestic violence. We should also throw more light on those who suffer from these phenomena: discrimination, violence, lack of equality. So because these people do not have the voice, and it is the voice that they need in order to discuss their issues. Hence the initiative that was very prominent of late. We supported it together with Hromadske Radio. Women lawyers started speaking about their client women who were victims of various types of violence. And it was a real person who talks to her colleagues, discussing real cases or real life stories. Then they are perceived in a totally different way. It's not just mere statistics, it's not about figures or numbers or digits, it's about human life. The conservative communities have difficulty with change, with perceiving and interiorating change, but young women are the agents of change. students of law schools and alumni of our summer schools, these women will be most active agents of this change, which is irreversible, because a different self-perception, self-identification in the world enhances your gender-sensitive glasses or spectacles that we have been discussing before. And that will help the entire society, not only legal community, to embrace these changes. And our key to success is ongoing, sustainable communication. Explanation. The Istanbul Convention that we've mentioned a lot before is mythologized, extremely mythologized, and it suffers from this mythology. While talking to MPs or councillors at different levels, speaking with representatives of the legal community, professional community, who fail to understand the nature of that convention, they lack explanations. And our center developed an article with such explanations. The nature of the convention, what issues it is supposed to address, and it just caused a total explosion of responses, which testifies to this huge need for explanations, because people work in different spheres, not always related to gender rights and gender equality. But that's something that we deal in every day. So it is incumbent on us to promote these issues, to provide explanations, and to muster support. Yes, of course, when it comes to explanation, we were not taught to provide explanations of legal instruments, but it is extremely important when we speak about gender equality and protection of women's rights. Irina started speaking about visibility, about the presence in the social discourse, and when we were developing those explanations, we also thought of creating our own logo. And then our colleagues started writing to us saying, are you going to be radical feminists? Will you be just opposing women lawyers to men lawyers? We said, no, that's misconception. We are not going to do anything like this. But when we actually posted our logo on our website, we got a lot of dislikes, and sometimes people even expressed hate because they didn't perceive it as scales, but rather as women's breasts. And there were rallies around our office with people protesting against this logo. Yeah, we said, yes, of course, if you perceive those scales as women's breasts, so be it. We are women, we do have breasts. So this component of communication is very important, because every individual perceives a certain topic or a situation via their own eyes and via their own optics, and the optics often differ. So when it comes to a dialogue, it is about explaining, about communicating messages, about listening to the response. So we have to reach out to the communities, to the society at large, explaining who we are, what our values are, and why we are there. Thank you very much. Thank you for our wonderful discussion. I enjoyed it a lot. I enjoyed your energy, your dedication, and I have been thinking about Donna Hara, who wrote a book, Keeping Your Own Sadness to Yourself. And it's about overcoming resistance. I do feel this resistance personally, and I feel that I can become radicalized, but you sometimes want to keep your sadness to yourself, to be real, to be present in this very moment, at this very place, and to find sense in that. So keeping your sadness to yourself is about being within this movement, understanding various areas of activities, and I am happy to be part of your community. Thank you very much for this wonderful panel discussion. I hope that we can continue this discussion during our lunch break. We will meet here at 3 p.m. and we will be speaking about subjectum juris. Thank you very much.
Шановні колеги, отлично. Шановні колеги, ми з вами.
Dear colleagues, we will resume our work. And the next panel will be with our special guests who will have Zoom connection with us, but I'm sure that it will not preclude us from a very lively and heated discussion about German philosophy, about philosophy of law, about subjectum juris, and it is my great pleasure to give the floor to the moderator of our next panel, and that would be Alexei Kresin. He is the doctor of law, and he heads the Center of Comparative Law, Koretsky Institute of State and Law of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it's my great pleasure to be moderating this session, and it's great that we've found some space to discuss philosophy of law by Leibniz. Those who lived in the Soviet Union remember the multi-volume collection of Leibniz's works published in Russian in the Soviet times. But his work, a new method of learning and teaching jurisprudence, is of a principal importance for the philosophy of law. They have been published in translation into English, but not in Russian or Ukrainian. So I have never read translations of Leibniz's work. There was but for very short articles. So it's a wonderful opportunity for us now to meet Carmelo Massimo de Julius from Milano University, and he undertook it to translate from Latin into English a series of Leibniz's opuses. I understand that the work that I mentioned, new method of learning and teaching jurisprudence of 1666, was not translated in toto in English, and now it does exist in English thanks to Professor de Julius. So it is a fairly challenging reading, I would say. It wasn't commented, and it takes some time and effort to delve deep into it. So Professor de Julius translated some of Leibniz's works into Italian and only this one into English. So, and there are certain ideas that we can find in Leibniz's works and with Carmelo Massimo de Julius and Mr. Butler, who was the editor of that very publication. And we have got with us also Sergei Maximov, another doctor of law, and he might comment on this work as well. And Professor Irina Kresina analyzed Leibniz's works from the political science standpoint. So our Italian colleague will be the first to speak, and he says that Leibniz laid the foundation for a new interpretation of human rights, the fundamentally different or novational approach. So I will now give the floor to our key speaker in this panel, Professor Carmelo Massimo de Julius, who is the professor of Università Cattolica del Sacro Cuore from Milano. So the floor is yours, esteemed professor. Mr. de Julius, are you with us? Yes, we can hear you. Great, thank you.
But don't see you.
We can't see you though. We can't see you though.
I'm sorry, but I don't know what is the problem on my computer. So I see you, but you can't see me. Anyway, it's important you can hear me. First of all, I have to thank you, the OSCE, for this invitation. And I'm very, very honored to talk with the Professor Kresin, which is the moderator, Professor Butler, Professor Irina Kresina. The topic of my report is about the concept of subjectum juris. Subjectum juris in the meaning that Leibniz gave to this sentence. It's a new meaning, and I think this new meaning of this sentence, subjectum juris, subject of law, subject of right, could be the hidden root of the human rights. The idea that man has inviolable rights which cannot be tarnished in any way by the public authorities is a relatively recent idea. You know that it arose with the liberal constitution of the 18th century and moves from the philosophical assumption that inviolable rights pre-exist to the legal order. The law has the function of transposing and protecting them within its rules. Less obvious, however, is the idea that man pre-exists to juridical order. That is, that juridical order and private law above all is in function of man, and that man is the holder of rights and duties. This conception is a theoretical conquest which precedes by about 100 years the idea that fundamental rights pre-exist the legal order, and that, after all, man is the logical presupposition of the rules. It comes, this idea, from the thought of Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz. It was the German philosopher who spoke to us about this conception in very synthetic terms, but on my view, theoretically revolutionary, which I will try to illustrate now. It was the German philosopher who spoke to us about this conception in very synthetic terms, but theoretical revolutionary, as I said. But I have to stress that the term subjectum, subject, was not used by Leibniz first. The word is found in Justinian Digest, but with a completely different meaning than that used by Leibniz. In the language of Roman jurists, the verb subicio, to submit, and is a participle subjectum, submitted, lack a technical meaning. as highlighted by Riccardo Orestano, a great Italian Romanist, and in more recent times by Alejandro Guzman Brito, it is necessary to note that the common meaning of subdue, brought by the word subjectum, is used in the law of person to precisely designate, in particular, those individual subject to the power of somebody else. For example, not emancipated children subject to the father. Married woman cum manu, submissive to her husband. Slaves subject to their master, in opposition to those not subject to anyone, the so-called sui juris persons. Thus, for example, in the digest, we have a fragment of Gaius. We read, I quote in Latin as a short, de jure personarum alia divisio sequitur, quod quaedam persone sui juris sunt, quaedam alieno juri subjecte sunt. In the translation of the Professor Watson, there follows another division within the law of a person. Some persons are sui juris, others are within the jurisdiction of someone else. We have another fragment in 12th book of the digest from the jurist Paul. I read directly the translation. All the more will a father be able to take advantage of the bond of his son with whom indeed litigation can be joined, but tenders by those in power cannot work to detriment of their superiors. And in the fourth fragment of digest, it's a fragment, a fourth book of digest, in a fragment of European, we can read in referring to people in power, the edict covers everyone of either sex who is in the power of another, and so on. In a post-classical era, from Theodosius II, after the promulgation of the Theodosian Codex, subjectum as a noun begins to designate the subject, that is, he who is submitted to the public power. In the 14th century, we begin to find the expression subjectum, subject, connected to use, right, or law. According to the study conducted by Professor Brito, strictly speaking, it appears to have been the German philosopher and theologian Konrad Sumhart who first connected the word subjectum with the word use. And this in commenting on the definition of the latter concept that the French theologian Jean de Gerson had offered, and the sentence is the power or similar faculty which is convenient to someone according to dictates of the right reason. Sumhart observes that the regarding this clause convenience alicui, which is convenient to someone, he says that this is put to denote the subject of the defined itself, that is the subject of the right. Moreover, the complete expression subjectum juris is also found for the first time, it seems, in the writing of the neo-scholastic or second scholastic Spanish jurist theologians, of the 16th century. So we read in the Dominio by the Jesuit Luis de Molina the following passage. We intend to dispute 4 topics with which we believe comprehend that the whole transaction on the ownership of the things is understood. The first is the essence of the ownership. What is the ownership and how many are the kind of ownership? The second is on its subject, that is to say, to who it is convenient to have the ownership. The third is about its object, that is, what things someone may have the ownership of. The fourth, finally, about its transfer. In which way the transfer has to be done. The second main point is about the subject. I'm always quoting De Molina. The second main point is about the subject of the ownership. That is, who should have the ownership? In the first volume of his treatise, De Justitia et Iure, De Molina says, after having completely, integrally explained the ownership in its general terms, it is necessary to say about a comment on it as a right, on its subject, the subject of it and the right connected. Also, in some passage of the Dominican, Domingo de Soto, we find this sentence, subjectum iuris. In the third article of this book, De Soto writes, after having established both the subject and the object of the ownership, the order postulates that in the third place we speak of them. Similar passage about ownership is found in the treaty De Justitia et De Iure by Pedro de Aragon, also regarding the domain. Pedro de Aragon writes, first comes what is ownership, second the subject of the ownership, that is, who has the ownership, third the object of the ownership, that is, what things can be object of ownership. Finally, it should be noted that also in Miguel Bartolomé Salón, in his commentaria in Disputationem de Justitia et Iure, quem habit divus tome, it must be mentioned this passage, I quote, this dispute will mainly contain 5 chapters of issue. The first will be about the essence and the nature of ownership, the second on the subject, that is, who is capable of ownership. The third on the ownership object, that is, what things can be submitted to the ownership of man. Apart from the scholastic, we find a similar expression also in De Iure Belli ac Pacis by Hugo Grotius. Hugo Grotius was an author highly considered by Leibniz. We find a lot of passages of this of the work of by Grotius in juridical works of Leibniz, mainly in Nova Methodus Discende Docendeque Jurisprudentiae. Grotius writes, but the subject of this right, that is the agent to whom the right is given, has not been definitely fixed by nature itself. For reason declares that a criminal may be punished. It does not declare who ought to inflict punishment. And this this sentence is regarding in his speech about the jus puniendi, indeed, the right to inflict punishment. So for Grotius, there is also for God there is a subjectum iuris, but only for only puniendi, only to inflict, to have a punishment. For Grotius also the dominium and the imperium have a subject. Always according to the Professor Brito, in these authors we find are found the sentence subjectum iuris or subjectum domini, as well as sometimes the opposite meaning objectum. The temptation, says Brito, to see in such expression the subject of right and the subject of domination is great, but yet the scholastics and Hugo Grotius spoke of the subject as the holder of the single right of ownership or of the right of dominion in interstate relation. But this is important, not as a subject of rights, in the meaning holder of rights in general, in front of the whole legal order. That is, as a subject, according to, around which all the private legal order is built or must be built, tailored. And this is a concept we find only in Leibniz, in the German philosopher. As previously stated, Leibniz was the first to conceive the legal order in function of the person, and therefore to consider the person as a logically necessary subject of all the juridical predicates attributable to him. In this sense, man pre-exists to legal order and is no longer an entity, such as in Justinian Digest, to be regulated in the cases that must give rise to dispute. In Justinian Digest, man is an object of rules, does not pre-exist the legal order. And in the work, in the booklet I previously quoted, Nova Methodus Discende Docendeque Jurisprudentiae, the new method to learn and teaching jurisprudence, Leibniz proposed to reformulate Justinian law in a more logical, coherent order. Leibniz, after criticizing some jurists opposed to the idea of giving a new provision to the Justinian law, says that the new order of law, in the new order of law, the lawmaker has to follow the following rules. In the section 14, he writes, the lawmakers have to follow a solid method from the definition of the things. Thus, jurisprudence is the science of the action insofar as they are called just or unjust. Just or and unjust is defined as whatever is publicly useful or harmful. In the following section, the justice or injustice of an act derives, however, from the quality, this is important, of the acting person in relation to the action springing from the previous actions, which is described as a moral quality. And in the 15th section, the subject of a moral quality is a person and a thing. Also the thing is the subject of right. Thing here is understood as a church, not the rest in Latin sense. Person is a rational substance and is either or natural or civil. Follows an important sentence. Leibniz writes, natural person are God, angel and man. Man like God, man like angel. And God is the subject of supreme right. So, also the man is a subject of right in the sense of acting person. If God is the subject of supreme right without any obligation, man has also obligation. But this is the new idea. Man pre-exist the legal order. And for the first time, Leibniz says and discover this new conception, this new concept. And then he writes again, a civil person could be also a corporate guild, which because it has a single recognized will do some, etc., etc.
Please conclude. Please conclude.
Please?
Please conclude.
Yes, I conclude. In this context, subjectum is an acting person, not a person of provision. Person arises as an ordering element, which consists, according to the conceptual form, cioè categoria, of a subject, subjectum, which has ethical, moralis, nature, qualitas. The action can be judged just or unjust in relation to the moral order or that moral quality. Finally, just a brief consideration on the adjective moralis, moral. The adjective moralis leaves the modern secular jurist disoriented, for whom moral does not exist. Moral and law are two different things. But we have not to forget that at the time of Leibniz, the philosophical reason is that of the use of the moral in law rules is that juridical order is a part of a moral order. A right is always a facultas moralis. Just with the Enlightenment, we have the separation between moral and right, mainly in criminal legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you much, dear professor. Я не знаю, як правильно.
Honestly, I do not know what to do in this situation. Do we start discussion of this presentation right away, or do we want to give the floor to the presenter? Sergei, what do you think? What about your report? Is it dovetailing the report by the previous speaker, or you have something different? Or we can have a general discussion at the very end. What do you say? Okay, Sergei, over to you. Sergei Maximov. Can I ask a question to Professor De Julius?
Я б хотів би нашу бесіду повернути.
allow me to bring this conversation back on track to the topic of this forum. As we all know, Leibniz, back in the day, developed this concept of the subject of law in the early days of Enlightenment. And he spoke to very educated women of his time. Sophie of Hanover, for one thing. And he dedicated some of his works to her. Then there was Sophie Charlotte of Prussia. She was his student, and they talked a lot by correspondence. So when talking to women, do you think that impacted his view on women's rights? And in his letters, did they discuss this topic at all? Thank you.
Прошу вас, профессор Де Юлиус.
Yes. I have no translation of what the colleague told.
He said it was not a comment, it was like a question about the role of women in the life of Leibniz and information of his ideas, because in his life really some women of noble origin, of monarchical origin, they played a role, and a great role. And maybe in this context Leibniz had some ideas about special rights of women.
Leibniz, obviously, the time of rights, in the times of Leibniz, women had specific rights which cannot compare with the rights of nowadays, of our days. But Leibniz never did. Never did, how to say, difference. He had a lot of correspondence with the woman, which was a scientist at the same times, and was very, very attracted also by queens of the times, Catherine the Great in Russia, or the Queen Christina of Sweden. What can I say? Leibniz wrote that woman could save the shines in a passage of some letters I read. I don't remember the exact, the precise quote, but I think he does not has in mind no difference between woman and man. He had a great consideration of the woman.
Thank you much, dear professor. And let me give the next floor, next speech, next Zoom to Professor William Butler. He's a professor, he's a distinguished professor of School of Dickinson of University of Pennsylvania State University, and have many other regalies. Please, William Elliot Butler.
Thank you very much. I trust you can hear me satisfactorily. I see my role today primarily as a commentator on what Professor Juris has said, but I want to say at the outset how important I think his translation is of the Leibniz work. We're just beginning to appreciate Leibniz. He's a polymath, of course. Most of his works, I think, still remain in manuscript. And of those that have been printed, mostly of those are in German. So we in English have a very limited understanding of the range and importance of his contributions. But let me comment briefly on the historical background of the new method that Professor Juris has translated. we have a dual attitude towards it. On the one hand, we note that he was very young when he wrote it. He was just finishing his student years. He wrote it very quickly while he was traveling from Mainz to Frankfurt. It was rushed through the press at the time. And we believe that the reason he wrote it was to get a job after his university's years of study had been completed. He was hoping to impress the elector that he was worthy of being appointed an assistant in a project on judicial reform at the time. And so by publishing this work, he was attempting to demonstrate his abilities in this field of inquiry. He had, because he was traveling, to work mostly without books, so much of what he wrote was based on his memory and perhaps some student notes that he had prepared over time. It's important, I think, to recognize that he not only produced the work at the time in 1667, but he intended apparently to revise it for publication. And he returned to its importance on a number of occasions in his lifetime. By 1671, only 4 years later, he spoke about a possible second edition with an index. Between 1695 and 1700, he prepared 3 different sets of notes for a possible second edition. In 1712, he sought opinions from other colleagues on the new method and possible republication with revisions. And even in the year of his death in 1716, he was soliciting further feedback from others on the work itself. So it remained at the front of his mind. And it was plainly important to him, and the ideas that Professor Julius has made available to us in English were ideas that were not transient in his thinking. They were of enduring importance in his thought. Secondly, I want to observe that I think he was at heart a comparatist. That doesn't mean that Professor Cresson is wrong in suggesting that we should not exaggerate his work as a comparatist. That's a different question. But I think he had a comparative mentality. He was interested in numismatics, which is an inherently comparative exercise. He was interested in comparative linguistics, or the harmony of languages. He was interested in the history of migrations. In effect, he was interested, amongst other things, in the pre-state existence of human beings. Now, we live in an age, within the last 5 years, archaeogenetics has become a massively impressive field because it's providing us with empirical data about pre-state societies and their movement about the planet. It is offering us for the first time empirical support for a lot of the speculations that our predecessors engaged in, including Leibniz himself. Let me close my comments with a brief comment on his Codex Jurisgentium Diplomaticus. I'm lucky enough to have a copy of that book, and it is quite a remarkable piece of work. We look at it as a work, a collection of treaties, which it was, of course. We don't pay much attention to the quality of the archival work that Leibniz did at the time. It really is an exceedingly important compilation. We don't work with the documents that he produced, most of which were printed for the very first time. So we understand that it's a benchmark in the history of the law of treaties, but we don't go into the substance of the documents that he produced at the time and the importance of those documents in the development of his thinking jurisprudentially. I'll close with that and again reiterate my comment that I think we're greatly indebted to Professor Julius for what he's done with his English translation of the new method. Thank you.
Thank you much, dear Professor Butler. And yes, it was more commentary. Yes, it's not a report, but a commentary, but a very valuable one. And maybe some participants have comments on your comment. No? Maybe Professor Maximov.
Ні, я готовий виступати.
Okay, Professor Maximov has his own commentary. So please begin.
Так. Я дуже вдячний і
I'm very grateful to Professor Julius and Professor William Butner. Thank you so much for paying attention to this very important work by Leibniz. And this work was outside, the attention, the focus of Soviet legal community. And to some extent, I must mention that for me, this important ideas mentioned by Professor de Julius, they somehow reopened the figure of Leibniz as a philosopher for me. Who he was. We know that he has a broad outlook. He is a mathematician, a chemist, a physicist, and many more. However, we're interested in his two very much related caps, if I can put it this way, a philosopher and a lawyer. In his philosophy, in his training also, he went through different phases. He received a bachelor's degree in philosophy, then in law, then he received his master's degree in philosophy, and then in law. Then he became a doctor of philosophy. And then at the age of 20, he offered his doctoral thesis in his university. The professor said no. There are older people, older candidates, and you're too young, you can wait. Let others defend the doctoral thesis, and then you can go after them. So he disagreed, and he went to another school where he successfully defended his thesis. And he was a very ambitious person, very ambitious young man. And for me, this is what I can say. Leibniz was able to recreate that huge reform in the science of law, because he was able to bring the focus back on the subject of the law. And from the comments of Professor Julius, we can see that Professor himself was able to apply good analytical analysis in terms of understanding the subject of the law. And in Leibniz's work, we realize that he concluded logically that the subject of law is not someone who is subjected to someone else's will, but instead it's actually the holder of rights and duties and responsibilities.
One can say that the theory of the subject of right is just a lever that, or fulcrum if you wish, that can be seen as a marker in the whole era in the development of philosophy and theory of law. Leibniz is demonstrating to us the mindset of our new era of modernism, whereby the theological philosophy or world outlook is replaced by legal world outlook centered on the law and rights, where the ideal is the reasonable legislation, and when the inalienable rights of our human being are being recognized. So he addresses this issue ontologically, and he concludes that It's the individuum, a person with their rights and obligations pre-exists the legal order, and it is on the individuals that the legal order leans. In this approach, we can see an anthropological approach to law, to its essence and to the natural law in particular, with special emphasis laid on an individual as a subject. So a lot depends on this image of man or of the human being, and the legal order depends on the qualities of a man. If a man is egotistic, then the legal order based on this individual will be based on coercion. If a person or individual is a minor requiring some care, then we have the paternalist public order or a legal order. And if this individual is a free man, a free human being with inalienable rights, then we speak about the liberal order, legal order. So Leibniz did that in a dogmatic, judicial, juridical way, and then Kant would develop it into the theory of moral autonomy of an individuum as a basis of human rights. I would dare to observe that this parallel interest in philosophy and in jurisprudence was very important and critical for the shaping of his philosophical concept. We know Leibniz as the author of the theory of monads, or monadas, and one can suppose that the philosophy of law was just his first philosophy, and it's on the analysis of juridical disputes, legal disputes of that time, he developed his understanding of an individual as an acting subject of right. And then, at a later stage, it laid the foundation for his theory of monadas as an elementary particle of the universe. So Leibniz's example and his life epitomizes a very active union of philosophy and theory of law, just the way in which certain principles of law would not be deducted from the philosophical principles, but will be shaped at the crossroad, at the overlapping between philosophy and jurisprudence. And that's where they forked to form his philosophy. And to end, I would like to draw your attention to the questions that I asked of Professor de Julius about the role of women at that fairly turbulent time. You will know that at that time, university professors were, for the most part, men, and they were very conservative. Scholastic philosophy prevailed, and professors of the universities were resistant to innovation. Descartes' philosophy revolutionized those approaches. Then there was Leibniz, who was the follower on the one hand and the critic of Descartes on the other. So this dissemination and recognition of the new philosophy, and as a result, the new modern world outview and the entire societal order just was generated in smaller groups, in the so-called salons, where the issues of natural philosophy were discussed by the nobility, by the aristocrats, and men and women were less interested in flirting than in talking about natural philosophy, about the structure of the universe. And it was the women who contributed to the recognition and dissemination and upholding those new philosophies of the time. So we can conclude that women played a very important and noticeable role in the shaping of the modern mentality, in the mentality of the modern time, the fruit of which we are reaping even today. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Professor Maximov. People from the audience, dear colleagues, any questions, any observations, comments, feedback from the floor, from the audience? This is not the case at the moment. I would use my role of the moderator to make a very brief intervention. I do agree with Professor Butler, who referred to my skepticism about Leibniz's ideas and some of interpretations thereof. I would say that some of the conclusions that Leibniz published in some of his earlier works, and that were not actually translated into Russian or Ukrainian in the Soviet time. And those principles, those approaches are different from what we see in later Leibniz. If you look at his earlier works and the new methodology, you could have presumed that those were different authors. They are in the channel of the same discourse, but they are very different, as are the times when they were written, 40 years of time difference. So if we look at the theorem monadas that interact and act with the society, they are transposed into the theory of law very well, and they are different from what was written back in 1667. But speaking about subjectum juris in Leibniz's works of his earlier endeavors, they are important, and Professor Carmelo Massimo de Iulius makes a very interesting conclusion of those works. Just some other theoreticians back in the 18th century saw innovative approach in Leibniz's new methods of teaching and studying jurisprudence. And Kugel's work on the philosophy of law had as an epigraph some quotation from this very opus by Leibniz. And it suffices to say that actually for 100 years, for a centenary, this work was unknown to the research or theoretical community. And now there are lots of disputes who first quoted it. But his earlier works are controversial, they raise lots of questions, and they are being looked into very deeply today. Some of his ideas merit criticism, of course, and his idea of inalienable rights is akin to the reinterpretation of the Old Testament. And that's what Professor de Julius actually quoted. It's a mix of the Roman tradition and that of the Old Testament. So all power is from God and every person is subjected. So that's what Professor de Julius started with, subjectum in a different meaning of being subjected to something. But that's the idea from the Old Testament. And Leibniz actually represents not only German tradition, but the Jewish one as well. Akin to Baden, to Spinoza. And I would say that these thinkers in their works bring together post-Renaissance, Reformationists and Judaist approach to relations in the society, to societal relations. What the reformers and post-Renaissance thinkers actually promoted. And that's what we can see in the Jewish tradition, the rethinking of the Old Testament, just replacing the treaty amongst gods with a treaty among people. And that presupposes the inviolability of human rights and their impact on the shaping of the legal order. And that is sufficient in and of itself because that's the foundation. And Leibniz did not go far beyond this premise. But then was imprisoned for these ideas, whereas Leibniz went away with it. So that's the difference, because Leibniz lived later. Of course, he is a totally outstanding thinker, but this subjectum juris or subjectum juris as a principal innovation in the philosophy of law is dubious. Of course, even with this work, he could have played a key role in the theory of the human rights had somebody read it before 1780s, I think, right? Because it was totally unknown until that time. But he was amongst the whole cohort of theoreticians of law when he was very young. But we can also look at other dimensions of this work. It was one of the stumbling blocks in the discussion between the proponents of natural law and positive law. Positivists and the authors of this idea of positive philosophy of law, Kugel, for example, saw in Leibniz their predecessor who formulated very important ideas. And since Google to the very beginning of the 20th century, everyone was quote the same idea from this work of Leibniz, Nova Methodus, even though that work had never been translated in toto, that we should bring together legal experience and expertise of the entire world, and then we'll see the entire theater of law, and you can see something. But the question is what that something is. And no matter how you interpret Leibniz's early works, this theater of law boiled down for him to the illustration of idea of the natural right, which is the only one recognized by him and in the context of Novus Methodus and his later works, including the theory of monadas. And this positive right is not just subjected, but it is also beyond the interaction. Only in the unilateral impact of the positive right on the of the natural law to the positive law. So he wasn't an author of a totally new philosophy. That's my personal opinion. You might disagree with me. And it can actually ignite a very lively discussion in this room. I hope it will. Thank you very much, Professor Kresin, for your wonderful intervention and your observations. Leibniz is Baroque thinker. Gilles Deleuze said that it is a thinker of a Baroque era, and he is a pearl that has many facets to it, and it shines with all of those facets. And in this fluidity, we are all free to find new senses. Of course, it can be related to some Old Testament traditions and recreation of those old ideas in the new times, but it can be an impetus for us to actually think deeper about philosophy of law and theory of law, and actually build them into such events as this, because it is a way for us to see that philosophy of law that used to be idealized can be applied in practice, and it can give us food for thought. So we are hugely thankful to Professor Diulis, Professor Butler, Professor Kresin, and Professor Maximov for this dialogue. Thank you very much, all of you. And we will have a coffee break now. It will be in a new format. It's the book-focused coffee break, and it is a very good opportunity for us to discuss the books that recently appeared and that are dedicated to the issue of gender equality and law. So we will discuss the books by Ruth Ginsburg, My Own Words, Gender Equality by Alexander Vodyadnikov, and Almost Adult by Irina Slavinska.
room, and also those who are watching us online because of the COVID restrictions. It's a mixed format that we chose to use. And now let's start our last, but not least, panel discussion dealing with constitutional space and development of gender equality initiatives. Throughout this very intense program, which is almost over, today we raised a lot of important issues, philosophical issues, practical issues, and this panel, in fact, is supposed to widen the horizon and help us summarize many issues discussed by our dear participants during previous panels. And right now, allow me to introduce our participants, Alexander Tanasin, and he is the chairperson of the Constitutional Court of Moldova. He held this office between 2011 and 2017, and he is also the key expert in GIZ, in the rule of law program. And what's important also for our discussion is that he is a special advisor to the Constitutional Court of Ukraine. That's a special post introduced by the law of Ukraine on the Constitutional Court. I'm very pleased to introduce Irina Andrusiak, who is the director for the Legal Studies Center in the National University Lvivska Polytechnica, Lviv Polytechnic. Anna Gulevska is the chairperson in the Department of Public Administration in Zaporizhia IT University. And she's the regional coordinator from the Public Association of JurFem. Svetlana Romantseva, who is the founder of Gender Studies in Lviv Police University, and she is a member of the Association of JurFem, or Women Lawyers. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. And Olena Boroslavska, who is a professor of the Constitutional Law Chair in Ivan Franko University, and also she is the editor-in-chief in one of the publications about the constitutional law. Thank you, dear panelists, for finding time in joining us and considering the timing and Alexander's schedule. Now we will start with you. And I'm gonna switch to Russian now. Alexander. Gender dimension of constitutionalism. In many post-Soviet constitutional courts, you know, it kind of puts judges, you know, it makes them freeze to some extent, because, you know, this gender equality, it's a 8th of March paradigm, you know, and then there is this understanding of the West, which means that gender equality is an inseparable part of democracy, right? It's an inseparable part of democratic society. And today we used Moldovan example as a positive model of ratification of Istanbul Convention, and you, as someone who has gigantic experience in constitutional law, so what do you think? What are the issues, in your opinion, with regard to gender-sensitive constitutionalism and support to this concept in our post-Soviet space? And how, in your practical work, you overcome this issue and develop gender-sensitive constitutionalism? Thank you, Alexander. Thank you so much for inviting me for this conference. I love Kyiv, and I keep saying this all the time, and this is my first opportunity after COVID pandemic to come here and see my friends. Well, this topic of gender equality in reality is quite important and relevant. I will have to compress my presentation. This is about human rights. This is about gender equality. And this is about advocacy for human rights, and it's permanent. I'm not saying we stop at some point. I'm not saying that at this point everything is good and we don't need to develop any further. I don't think we will be able to reach that point ever. From the historical standpoint, you know, the moment when human beings started realizing the barbarism of the division between human rights, specifically the rights of men and the rights of women, and it did not happen too long ago, 100 years ago. From the standpoint of human life, it's a lot of time, but from the standpoint of generations, those were our grandparents, and that was not too much, too long. And you cannot really quickly make somebody grow, and you know, faster than your biology and physiology. And all the international organizations are now applying efforts. All organizations that deal with advocacy, that's about supporting to gender equality and human rights advocacy, they all focus on that important aspect, and they raise the bar higher than it really is. Allow me to use an example of the Venice Commission. Venice Commission adopted a very interesting document, the compilation of all the judgments, of all the opinions adopted over the past years with regard to advocacy and gender equality. That is very important. And amicus curiae reference is available for Ukraine, and it's from 2008 with regard to constitutional amendments. And the tendency globally, and also the level of the Venice Commission, means that there is this process of constitutionalizing of the compilation of these important values. Now let's talk about constitutionalization. How it can look. The process of constitutionalization cannot be planned, right? We're talking about amendments to the constitution, adoption of the new constitution. That is a question of political will. And that is a question of political situation, which allows or does not allow for that. We don't have enough votes in the parliament, and that's why it will never happen until we have the votes. We spoke to the colleague, and it's extremely important so that in these countries where people want to build democratic societies, also in Ukraine, we have the functional constitutional courts. It's impossible to prescribe in the constitution all the little details and nuances of gender equality, and you're not supposed to strive for that. Instead, the Venice Commission, its recommendation is talking about closed and open party lists, and both of them have advantages and disadvantages. But I see more disadvantages because Constitution is a philosophical document. It's a compilation of principles and values which show the overall idea how to approach a problem at the society level. And then the legislature is supposed to regulate, and nobody stands in the way of the legislature to introduce standards which are above the constitutional standards. No one is standing in the way of the legislature to introduce standards which are above standards introduced by the European Court of Human Rights. You cannot go less, but you can go more. You can go above that. Let's come back to the role of the constitutional courts. The constitutional courts are the institutions which can fill in the vacuum, fill in the gap. And even if we find in the Constitution some very philosophical sentence which allows us to interpret widely the sentence, you know, to protect human rights, to protect gender equality, constitutional courts are supposed to have this intellectual courage. They have to be proactive, and they have to advance. They need to move forward and not fear answering questions. There is always resistance. In my country, in my home, I'm working in Central Asia. There are 3 countries that I'm covering, and I heard colleagues from the Women Lawyers Association. They also spoke about this problem. You know, there is a huge issue with regard to the religion and the church in all this matter. Only the Constitutional Court is capable of adopting some serious judgments to counteract all these tendencies and all the bad responses towards gender equality. And it's not by chance that the problem of gender equality translated into something else in this hybrid warfare where Ukraine is involved, and not just Ukraine. So they translated it into the problem of civilizational component of resistance. or standoff, because it's very easy to polarize society. It's very easy to manipulate people. It's very easy to make people fear, right? It's, you explain them that if we have gender equality, then we will have this gay Europe and so on and so forth. In my country, men are discriminated against. In my country, a woman is a president, and the president of the Constitutional Court and the Minister of Interior. We have an entire list of women who have very high-level positions, and they are doing a very good job. They're not stealing. And that's why I'm mentioning my country, because there was always a similar element of resistance and standoff. There is the religion, conservative politicians, they always speculate, they always manipulate with this. I know Dalia Grybauskaitė, the ex-president of Lithuania, and she is a very, very strong person. She is an impressive woman, and she spent 2 terms in office, and then, she left office. She handed over a good, proper member of the EU without corruption. And it's not by chance that the problem of gender now became a problem of this and the subject of the standoff. And our task is to understand this and to fight this. As I said in the beginning, we have to fight for gender equality. That is a part of the fight for human rights. Without that, it's just not possible to build democratic, functional state. There is nothing like this globally. In Central Asia, where I live and work right now, that is a very pressing and relevant issue. It's a huge issue. And nobody knows how to solve it and how to approach this problem. But people who deal with this problem, they are very much alike. They say that, you can always raise the bar, you can always spearhead, and the standards have to be prescribed at the constitutional level. And let's come back to our discussion, the role of the constitutional courts. So, if constitutional courts do not show their necessary courage, activism, in terms of introducing rules and standards, even if it's not mentioned in the Constitution, let's use soft law elements from jurisprudence of other constitutional courts. And that's how we can inoculate our society against this virus of zero tolerance. And that's the way to abandon medieval traditions and customs and enter a civilized world. There are so many things that I wanted to. There is a car waiting for me outside, and I fear the traffic jams of Kyiv. I don't think they eased up in any way. So I wish everybody wonderful holidays. I wish you all health and wealth. See you later. Thank you. And thank you.
Я надеюсь действительно, что это не последний раз, когда...
I hope this is not the last time when we discuss this topic, and I hope that we will have many more opportunities to discuss things. Thank you so much. Alexander raised a very important issue. He spoke about the role of the constitutional courts in building democratic society. And if we look at gender from a paradigm standpoint, it's not about sex, it's not about men and women, it's about power, right? It's about micro level to top level, from the level of families up to the level of global community. Yet again, constitutionalism has many things to say about gender equality, the gender dimension of constitutionalism, and that's not even an axiom. It's a very well spread tendency and trend. And now I'm giving floor to Professor Olena Borislavska, who will take over and continue on this important topic of gender equality and constitutionalism. And she'll talk about the link between democracy and gender equality. Thank you so much, Alexander, for giving me the floor. And allow me to thank the organizers for inviting me and for giving me the opportunity to talk in this very interesting environment full of experts. And thank you for allowing me to take part in this important discussion of a very important problem for our society. Today, many presenters were trying to find something in common between the key elements of our dialogue, constitutionalism and women's rights. In reality, there is a link based on today's understanding of the essence and principles of constitutionalism. Alexander mentioned today that constitutionalism is not just about constitution. It's not just constitution, and it's not just about the constitution. So it's about protecting human rights. It's about guarantees of human rights by stopping arbitrary approaches by the state and promoting the mechanism of democracy. So when we look at constitutionalism through the lens of these key important elements, we see that every one of them has a direct link. And oftentimes one depends on the guarantees and protection of rights of women. When we speak about democracy and the constitutional mechanism of democracy as a component of constitutionalism, and you mentioned about this today quite appropriately, the judgment of the Italian Constitutional Court saying that gender equality quotas are not about discrimination and equality, it's about promoting the right to participation and inclusivity. Without inclusion of women in political processes today, we cannot speak about existence of constitutionalism in a country. And the state is no longer arbitrary, and it's now constitutional. At the same time, we speaking about this rule of law and fighting arbitrary approaches by government, we have to support women's rights also because the rule of law, if we look at it from the informal standpoint, but from the substantive standpoint, the key thing, the key idea behind this is justice. Now, what kind of justice are we talking about when the rights of women in today's world are not protected? Then there is a third element, human rights, and it's obvious there is a link, which we all understand, and many has been mentioned many times about this. 60 years ago, people had doubt about whether human rights are covering the rights of women. Today, there is no doubt. As for me, today, there shall be no doubt whether women's rights have a direct link with the idea of constitutionalism. As for me, we just have to move on to the next level and ask ourselves whether it's possible today, in modern-day constitutional democracy, to not properly support women's rights. And we have an uncharted territory here for researchers, for constitutionalists. And Alexander mentioned this very thing today. In this field, there are just some pioneers, who only started to translate and interpret some case law of some constitutional courts. And our courts face very complicated tasks. Alexander already mentioned a few very important topics, and I must mention that in parallel to the problem of supporting women's rights and gender equality, which is quite acute in Eastern European countries, the constitutional courts, which are the flagships of this kind of work in other countries, in those countries, the political and legal realities are such where it's very hard for them to carry on with this important mission of promoting ideas like this. Of course, the ideas of gender equality and other ideas are they're deemed dangerous for participants of political activity, because that impacts the opinion of your voters. And the constitutional courts in this regard are supposed to set the tune. But at the same time, the political elites need to realize that it's beneficial for them to have an independent constitutional court instead of trying and retain the influence on this institution, because the constitutional court that feels independent, that feels confident in a constitutional state, can carry out this very important function. Thank you, Lena. Thank you so much. Now I have a provocative question, if I may. Constitutional court, independent constitutional court, at the same time can be a driver of reform, right? And help develop society on the basis of gender equality. And then they can be a conservative power which can support the tradition. You know, they may say, we support the Constitution. The Constitution dates back to 200 years ago. So is there a mechanism, you know, a mechanism of support of a court of type 1, as I mentioned, a progressive court, and a conservative court? Right, thank you very much for your question. In practical experience, we see many kinds of courts, the constitutional courts, and then we have courts that carry out the function of constitutional jurisdiction, so there are so many options out there. But I think it all depends, not all, but by and large, it depends on the stance assumed by this constitutional jurisdiction authority, and it all depends on the discourse that is ongoing in professional legal community.
It also depends on the civic activism and their will and preparedness to stand up for those ideas. If there is such support, if the society buys in this idea, then the Constitutional Court or the quasi-constitutional institutions will be effective. And trends in different countries are different, but I cannot say that there is one-size-fits-all approach. There are no panaceas for different countries. But what I like in your response is a dialogue with professional community. And we've got Helena Yurovska with us, one of the CC justices who's just joined us. And I would dare to ask Ms. Yurovska the following question. From your premises in Zhelanska Street in Kyiv, how do you see this issue of women's rights and constitutionalism? Good afternoon. I'm extremely pleased to be here and to be one of you, the audience, because the topic that you are discussing is nothing new to me, and it is very close to my heart. And the Constitutional Court looks into the issues of human dignity, and that is indispensable from gender equality, amongst other types of equality. And all of the publications in this area, there's a gender index and gender inequality indices, etc. And Ukraine back in 2019 was 59th out of 140 countries. In Europe, we rank 26 in terms of the share of women in parliaments. As far as heads of state and government women are concerned, we can see that the situation is in Europe is not very good. My bet anxious because and excited because this topic ranks very high in my priorities. When I was a law school student, it was still the Soviet Union, and access to profession started with access to law schools for women. Out of 27 students in my group, there were only 4 female students, and this was the overall situation in all of the law schools. Now we see that the majority of legal professionals in Ukraine are women, because this profession requires perseverance, stamina, and tolerance. And women are perfectionists in their approaches, and they're very meticulous to every detail, including the minutest ones. And I know that most of women who are legal professionals are consummate professionals. Yeah, you know that this year we celebrated the 25th anniversary of the Constitutional Court. And all of the convocations of the Constitutional Court had female justices in the absolute minority, not more than 2 women in the Constitutional Court. So let us follow Moldova's suit. So in my work, I always emphasize this role of women, and I believe that in any profession, including that of the judge, you should be responsible to yourself, first of all, and honest. Because a person should be sure that they live by their own principles. Thank you. Ms. Yurovska referred to the times when she was a law student, where women were disproportionately represented in the legal profession. Svetlana Romantsova, you are one of the founders of gender studies at Lviv State University of Internal Affairs. Some time ago, people would see law enforcement authorities and all of the workers in the law enforcement as a purely male profession. And I suppose this attitude is still present in your midst, or in the midst of your colleagues. So what's the potential of gender mainstreaming in law enforcement as an activity and as an institution? You work for the university, for the academy that is part of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and there's a stereotype that this institution would not be friendly or receptive of gender equality as a tenet, as a principle. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. I can tell you that for the second year in the row, we've got 2 master courses in our curriculum. The first course is part of the criminal justice course, criminal justice and gender mainstreaming, and there's an elective classification and methodology of investigating domestic violence cases. And I can tell you that this elective is very popular amongst both women and men students. So I was honored to initiate this course, and now I'm teaching it. I would refer to Michel Foucault, who introduced this course when he lectured even very early in the morning. So I've always dreamt of following suit and changing approaches, introducing new approaches, because generations change and young people are very susceptible to this very idea of gender equality. So over these 2 years, I did my best to improve the course, and at the very beginning of the course, I suggest the students select the topics that are most relevant, most important to them, even if they go beyond the scope of the course. And I do that for the sake of my students, who should recognize the importance of women's rights in the constitutional sphere and in the importance of dialogue. The course Criminal Justice and Gender Mainstreaming is a part of the mandatory component of our education. And some people put up resistance, saying that gender is being thrust on our society. But I can see that the students' response is very positive, and they readily engage in the dialogue as fully fledged participants. Our dialogue opens up the road to changes in our society, and we understand that the very terms that we use are as important as the text of legislation, and we work to make sure that our language promotes gender equality and respect of human rights, remembering that trust to the legal profession starts with the trust to what they say. And I would quote from Ruth Ginsburg. She says, perhaps it's one of the ways to shape gender sensitive environment that ensures respect to human opinions and helps us to find good ideas for fair decisions and judgments. Can I ask you about the following? Can you tell us about the proportion between male and female students that attend your elective course? I would say 30 to 70. Just because this is the approximate proportion of female and male students in general in our institution, in our academy. Those 30% of male students who attend your elective course, what's their motivation, do you think? There are some who are very enthusiastic about the very topic of gender equality. There are young men who are very open to change and who embrace this change. And there are some who are still doubtful about the need for such changes, but they are open to the dialogue. And my very last question to you is as follows. How long have you been teaching this course? For 2 years. Has the proportion of female and male students changed if you compare last year and this academic year? No, it's approximately the same. Yeah, 30 to 70. Yeah. Thank you very much. The evolvement of our new society depends on our preparedness to speak with the younger generations, to be open and receptive of the younger generations, because it's up to them to formulate the agenda that we are going to abide by, say, in 20, 30, or 50 years from now. Hence the importance of intergeneration dialogue. Today, Olena started with the dialogue between the old and the modern, and Polit Rigor in the 19th century spoke about this dialogue. Equally important is a dialogue within our society of today, but between different generations. And I'm very glad that we've got with us Irina Andrusek, Director of the Center for Legal Research on Gender Equality, National University Lviv Polytechnic. So you train engineers to be, mechanical engineers to be, and now you focus on gender equality. What do the technical professionals think about gender equality? Thank you very much for this question. I would like to thank JurFem for the invitation. I also represent the higher education institution of Ukraine, National University Lviv Polytechnic, and as you said, I'm director of the Center for Legal Research on Gender Equality. As we do indeed train experts in engineering mostly, but we also train legal professionals, and we pay special attention to the issues of gender equality. And we strive to create gender-sensitive space and platforms for younger people. We do have a course on gender equality, but we also speak about this platform or this space for gender equality because we want to expand our communication with younger people. So we've heard today that communication, to be effective, requires various formats, various approaches, various media. And this platform allows us to hold various events like seminars, webinars, workshops, trainings, inviting practitioners to communicate with the students. And we can see a lot of interest on the part of the students. They are keen on learning more about the essence of gender equality and how to promote it. And I agree with Irina Slavinska in that change is rapid and it is fluid. I've been teaching my course of gender equality for 3 years, and when I look back and recollect what the audience looked like 3 years ago, I understand that they were very prepared to put up resistance, saying that we oppose the very ideas of gender equality, and sometimes I had to take the defensive stance. And try to explain it from the very beginning why gender is important, why gender equality and inclusion is important. Today's generation is totally different. We can see that they are open, they are willing, they are the followers and promoters of gender equality. They look proactively for the information corroborating their approaches to gender equality, and the very existence of associations like this one, JurFem, of women in the legal profession, helps us to rear this new quality of our audiences. So we can engage in a dialogue with them rather than to take this defensive stance. And I hope that this interaction between practitioners and the academia will be ever more helpful and generate ever more results, practical results, tangible results. We are planning a whole series of events that will help the students understand the nature of gender equality even better. And we are planning to focus on legislative techniques and legislative drafting techniques. Gender equality is the notion enshrined in Ukrainian legislation. It has been there for 16 years now, but interpretations vary. Suffices to mention the Istanbul Convention that suffers from this misinterpretation, misconception of this notion of gender and gender equality. So that's a way of manipulation when you just seem to accept the terminology, but you treat it differently and you interpret it in a totally opposite way. So now we work with the students to help them understand that certain judgments should not be manipulated. Thank you. You have spoken about the change in the attitude and in the sentiment of the audience over the last 4 years. I would say that now that we are in the 4th year of teaching this course, I see that it is a very dramatic change because I would say that that's the change in their mentality. They are different. Can it be due to the pandemic and the focus on social media and online socialization and online communication? No, so the audience of your course are all law school students, right? Yes, and our center also is very active on social media, and we promote the ideas of gender equality. And some of the attendees of our courses suggested that they would have a TikTok channel to explain these sometimes fairly complex notions to the general public in plain language. How many followers are there with that channel? We only established it 2 months ago, so we are very young as a TikTok channel. Thank you, Irina. And now I would give the floor to Anna Hulevska. She's head of the Department of Law and Public Administration, Zaporizhia Institute of Economics and Information Technologies. And she's also regional coordinator of the Association of Women's Lawyers of Ukraine, JurFem. And she represents here a totally different region from eastern south or southern east of Ukraine. Can you see a difference between audiences, say, in Lviv, in Kyiv, and in Zaporizhia? I said that Lviv is a capital of Ukrainian feminism because they've got the head office of the Association of Women's Lawyers of Ukraine, JurFem, and now in Kyiv they've got their own center of feminism, and I can say that Zaporizhia will be the southern capital of Ukrainian feminism. So we do not compete actually for any titles. But since the region is a bit specific and it is construed as brutally masculine domain because of the heavy industry that dominates our economy. But when students are interested, they get involved and participate in the dialogue most actively. The format of the dialogue is very useful and successful. And you will remember that in 1927, Simone de Beauvoir defended her doctorate thesis, and she was speaking about philosophy of Leibniz. And when you asked, or some of the audience asked about the influence of women on Leibniz's philosophy or conceptions, women could be very active, but they never published their ideas. And Conway was an English philosopher whose works were published 20 years after her death in the Netherlands. And thanks to the ideas of constitutionalism and human dignity and gender equality, we are now able to be speaking about the society of dignity, because attitude to human dignity is what makes totalitarian countries different from the democratic ones. Now, speaking about philosophical aspects of feminist jurisprudence, I can see the link to anthropology, and we see human rights and their implementation via anthropological specifics. And I believe that feminist jurisprudence will be all in vogue, and it focuses on a theory of law, but it also has certain practical salience, because it aims to read legislation in feministic terms. Now, returning to the question that you asked of me, I can tell you that the Association of Women's Lawyers of Ukraine is present in various regions of Ukraine, but particularly in Zaporizhia, Mykolaiv, and Zhytomyr regions. We've got regional coordinators. We hold various events. We invite our colleagues from Kherson, from Mykolaiv. We've got open spaces to invite women in the legal profession to discuss the topical issues. Quite recently, we had a film show, Balanced Scales. It was very successful. And I see our task as regional coordinators as reaching out to broader audiences, just we said that it's good for a dialogue to come together and to discuss topical issues, but then you go to Odessa to a conference, and one of the colleagues says, will we destroy men in the legal profession if we focus on feminist law and feminist legislation, etc.? So, and you start discussing some very popular things rather than philosophy and theory of law and Leibniz's works. So such public events that are in participatory and that are welcoming of broader audiences are important. And as a guarantor of curriculum and of the course developed within our university, where we have to prove the uniqueness of this program or of the course, we develop certain competencies that have to be mastered by our students. And we added one such competency to the mandatory list, and that is rearing gender sensitivity amongst our students. So we try to disseminate these ideas, we try to raise awareness, and we work with the students accordingly. I wanted to ask you how many students selected this course, but now I see that it's mandatory. When's the question? I will explain it to you. We can see that there's certain resistance put up to the idea of gender equality on the part of the male audience, not only in the regions, but also in the academic community, in legal community, etc. That's why I bought a book, Men About Feminism, because it explains all of these notions in a very clear and popular way. And some of my students, upon reading it, said, okay, next time we will make a presentation on how men's rights are being limited. Can I intervene? Yes, of course you can. I agree with Alexander here in that gender equality is not about men and women. It's rather about power and how this power is reflected in legislation. When I worked as a trial court judge, I felt that there was discrimination in the rights of fathers as compared to the rights of mothers, and their parental rights earlier were not quite impacted. And in the case of divorce, children would always stay with mothers by default. It was only recently that we have started to change these approaches and these practices. Yeah, Ruth Ginsburg also presided over this famous case of discrimination against a man on maternity, or rather paternity leave, and child support. So when we speak about respect of dignity, then it is about men's rights as well as women's rights. The question with whom children should stay after divorce is just about how to debunk or how to overcome social stereotypes, because that's what the society used to believe in, that the best place for a child is with his or her mother rather than with the father, who should pay alimony or child support, and that is it. Christina? Just speaking about case law, last year, I think, we, together with the de jure NGO, we monitored trials and we looked at the case law in family matters as to where the child should stay after divorce. Because it was common knowledge, quote unquote, that most often than not, or more often than not, the child would stay with the mother. But our monitoring showed that in 70% of cases, fathers do not object against having their children reside with their mother, and they show no desire to be guardians of their children. But when there is a dispute, a legal dispute, and when fathers actually challenge mothers' right to have their children stay with them, then the courts rule 50-50, just equally in favor of mothers and in favor of fathers. And there are, as always, two sides to a coin. Our legislation, including family code, provides more rights to mothers, thus discriminating against fathers. But while vesting so much responsibility in the mother, we, to a certain extent, deprive her of certain economic opportunities beyond their household or outside their household. So this might not be favorable for women because of this additional burden that the family code poses on them. I can't interpret that for you, unfortunately, because her owner does not speak into the mic. Just Ms. Adina Stefani, who represents the Supreme Court, could have provided you with more information about this change in statistics. Yeah, speaking about statistics and data, we monitored case law of 2019-2020, because before that there was no research whatsoever, and that was all guesswork. So I cannot say that the family code from the very beginning would ensure equal rights of mothers and fathers as to the guardianship of their children upon divorce. Yeah, so I am totally in agreement that situation changes very rapidly. When the new Supreme Court was inaugurated, one of their first judgments was to resign this presumption that children should stay with their mother rather than father. So, because earlier it was undoubted presumption that the children should stay with their mother, and the Supreme Court ruled against this presumption, because only in this way can we ensure true gender equality, equality of women and men in all domains. Before giving the floor to our esteemed members of the audience, I would ask questions of the panelists, if I may. So when we speak about gender equality, we refer to a certain group category, right, which is also part of human identity and personal identity. But there are varied identities, and sometimes they overlap. So we cannot say that all men, say, are in favor or against something, because the entire category, entire group of men is heterogeneous, and they are varied, and there are lots of subcategories, and we are speaking about this principle of non-discrimination and equality and the principle of constitutionalism. So is there any practical opportunity to ensure this equality given these multiple identities?
Thank you for your question. There is one of the most complicated tasks which the legal science has. It's the search of a solution, a way out from the conflict between the identity of communities and individual identities. Now, what do we see today? Let's use an example. We discussed the Istanbul Convention a lot. Now, what kind of arguments constitutional courts use in those countries where they say no? They say it's not constitutional. They all talk about constitutional identity, and they all refer the national identity reflected in the Constitution. And they refer constitutional identity, and the tribunal in Poland recognized Article 6 of the Convention unconstitutional. And in reality today, in today's development of constitutionalism, there is a conflict. So there is the international law, which by and large is protecting individual identities and individual rights. I'm not saying it's constitutional law. I'm saying it's the case law of a number of constitutional courts who refer constitutional identity, and by doing this, they try to protect the identity of the community to detriment of individual identity. In the Constitutional Court of Ukraine, they have to still address this problem in their future work. And we understand that in today's world, our dignity and rights, individual rights, freedoms, that is the foundation for modern-day constitutional state, and that requires more protection. I have a question for all of the participants. It's both complex and easy. Now, what kind of role does gender play in all this? It's a very simple answer. Very often, I'm saying that the victors rewrite history, but as I said, also, victors cannot write. They say those middle-aged, middle-income, heterosexual white men who do this. Now, who is drafting constitutions? That's good. Because the author of that has the position that allows to understand the intent of the constitutional authority. Now, if those constitutions have been drafted a long time ago, Ukrainian constitution dates back to 30 years ago, and it means that it's decent amount of time. And it may contain gender-insensitive provisions. So what do you think? Can Constitutional Court amend, correct that original gender insensitivity? I don't know whether the mic is working or not, but to respond to your question, maybe it's not really a response, it's probably a reflection, a thought. Does the Constitution have gender? I think the Constitution rather has the concept of sex. And this is when we can talk about social groups presented in the Constitution. Men, women, elderly people, and children. the concept of gender is available in Constitution. Now speaking about gender, can it be in Constitution? I don't think so, because it's about social roles, and there are no social roles in the Constitution, and you're not supposed to talk about this. But there is gender in Constitution. Okay, thank you so much. In many countries, in many constitutional doctrines, they discuss this very issue of constitutional neutrality with regard to gender, because in the old constitutions, they are not gender neutral. They say that men shall have the right to do so and so, at best. And Ukrainian constitution also features certain paternalistic provisions. Article 24, Part 3, that's talking about protection or special measures to protect women. That is a Soviet type of paternalism, which is very patriarchal. And the Constitutional Court, which is now in office, they can come across this problem when on one hand we have a principle of a democratic state, and democracy means equality. It means informal equality as well. And then we have Part 3, very paternalistic, and then there are gender equality quotas, which can be disputed at the level of the Constitutional Court. Right. It's because for a very long time human rights were associated with the rights of men, and they say women are also human. That's what they keep saying. Yeah, that's not exactly right, not exactly true. This idea that everybody has rights, regardless of gender, that dates back to 1948, when instead of human rights, like droit de l'homme, they were using, instead of rights of men, they were using human rights. And Mr. Holovati is right, he mentioned exactly that. Instead of a political project, we have a new postmodernistic idea about inviolability of rights. And if everybody has the same kind of rights, equal rights, then the gender equality demand stems from that. And it emerges not just as equality between men and women, it emerges as an idea of respect to dignity of everyone. Those are the nuances. Women have, no, wait. The idea that gender constitutionalism stems from the idea that women are human beings, thus they have rights, that's kind of twisted, as Americans are saying. Answering your question, Alexander, about Constitutional Court. Can they develop gender equality constitutionalism? Well, I think from the doctrine standpoint it's possible, and it will not be treated as judicial activism, because if we look at the provisions of Ukrainian constitution, generally they are formulated in such a way so that when you interpret them in a certain fashion, when you take into consideration the fact that at the bottom of all the human rights we have human dignity, they all can be properly interpreted in the light of gender constitutionalism. Then there is another question. We have to have certain social and political preconditions for implementing and using that courage mentioned by Alexander. Thank you. Can I ask another question? Alena, you are right when you mentioned existence of conditions for courage. But can we, as civil society representatives and representatives of different gender equality initiatives, can we create conditions like that so that our courts, and not just constitutional court, but appellate courts, first instance courts, They need to be courageous enough to protect the right for gender equality. Of course, we must create conditions like this to build up that courage. Because, you know, you cannot actually teach a student anything if she's fearing something. If she's fearing, she's not understanding. So the creation of a proper environment and overcoming fear is an obligation of legal professionals in overcoming obstacles and helping young people, helping legal community overcome fear and protect human rights. I have a question. And this is a question to you and to Svetlana. So when you start your courses on gender, do you come across some serious stereotypes in the very beginning? And do they require a lot of efforts to overcome? Or the audience is more or less flexible and open for new things? Well, you spoke about change, and lately, for this last year, our work, and specifically domestic violence campaigns, and the videos that are published, so there are students who are ready to discuss this issue. And that's a widespread stereotype, saying that women like that, otherwise they would just leave their husbands. And you know, there is less and less thoughts like this. And youth is watching Netflix, Western TV series, and now, over the past year, there are less and less stereotypes. Now they are even more advanced. Not everybody, of course. Okay, thank you so much. Speaking about fighting stereotypes, here I think we should mention one important phenomena. It's called the resilience to new things. And it's impacting our colleagues, not students, not young people. This phenomenon means that we sometimes just don't want to learn and don't want to study new things. It was very hard for us to switch to online learning when we had to learn about Zoom and Google Meet and how to connect to those platforms. But they made us do that, and now we don't show any kind of resistance. Now with gender, we can track certain resistance. You know, they said that the world should look like this, and now you have to learn to see the world differently. Young people are ready to look at the world with eyes wide open. So now we have to switch to talking about a legal community. I think that my colleagues would agree. Most of the pressure comes from our colleagues instead of students, colleagues who are with us at work. I want to say, you know, for instance, for me it's easier because I get students, fourth-year students, who have experience already. Some were not hired because it's a boy or a girl, and they were refused just because of that. Some had an abusive relationship, and they talk about that experience. So when this is presented by them personally, then there is a desire to overcome stereotypes among everyone. Thank you, very interesting. The stereotypes are mostly prevalent among colleagues, right? Of our age, rather than among students. So maybe because of that, you develop fear, which exists with regard to using gender equality. The fear which lies in the foundation of denial of Istanbul Convention. Maybe it's fear. Maybe there is another reason for this. The reason for why gender equality issue is not very well accepted in our communities. I don't think it's fear. It's lack of desire to learn new things. Thank you. Do we have any questions from the audience? I have a comment. I just recalled one research which was run by my colleagues from the university, and they surveyed 600 students about what they felt during the first lockdown when we had to learn Zoom and Teams and whatnot. So we were in the gray area. That was something new, something unknown, very stressful. Now we believe that it's a part of our life. And this virus, it revealed many things. And it's not the virus itself, it's about the systems. When the virus took hold, the inequalities became acute. Especially when we talk about taking care of people. This pandemic actually made those inequalities stand out. There was this question in the survey form about did you feel any serious psychological problems during lockdown? Those people who felt most of that were men, not women. So men said they felt injured and uncomfortable. And my colleagues and I produced a hypothesis that they did not get used to stay at home. This hypothesis has not been tested. We plan to continue with the research, but it's interesting to know. You know, you're at home, you're working at your computer. For us, it's kind of convenient because, you know, it's believed that home is a space for women, and men during the pandemic did not feel comfortable because probably it's outside their comfort zone. That's the hypothesis that we have. And we thought that it's the colonial understanding from the West. You know, this Betty Friedan, who was an American housewife, and she has to take care of this big house. She has a car, and she takes kids to school. She cooks food, she makes canned food, and she's growing roses in the garden, and, you know, and then that's all that you have in this world. That's your whole purpose. Maybe there is something else. So in the Western radical tradition, you know, they say that it's the place of oppression, the kitchen. So, you know, I'm saying to my sister, who's gonna deal with the blast furnace tonight when we go into the kitchen? So, you know, it's a huge workload, and it's a place of oppression. Unlike Latino women or black women, there is a research that says that they view home differently. They say that that was the place where they could hide from the colonial oppression. That's where she's free from stereotypes. That's where she owns the place, and that's another thing. That's another topic for another dialogue, if you guys want to support this. You know, intersectional discrimination, and, you know, we can talk about race and age. when, women of an elegant age, how they are engaged in day-to-day life. And I understand that that is related to our universities. They say young girls have to do this and this, but those women with experience, women who are in that kind of life, the phase of their life. And there was this woman who is a part of the show, and she contributed with her experience, which worked very well. So maybe we should talk about these women who have very important experience. Maybe they are ready to share and they want to share. And oftentimes I see women who are very active socially, those who want to share with young women. Maybe there are some mentorship programs. Maybe universities can offer mentorship. Because I remember when I was a part of the science club with Professor Krivachenko, and it was not just academic supervision, it was mentorship, fully fledged. It was a good example, a role model. That's what we are discussing in universities. And colleagues who now speak during this panel, they teach gender equality studies and they alter their reality today. So they're present today in this space. They talk about gender initiatives. They talk about important efforts and making all the good things by producing shows and performances. Everything we do with our civil partners, that is a very interesting thing, which can be developed even further. And we are talking about how modern-day education changes because we became visible. I'm not saying that we were not in education before, but Halina mentioned righteously, we were 30 in my study group, in my class. The rest were boys. In early 2000, that was the case. We were in the minority. Now we have more women, but again, speaking about the leadership positions in universities, that is a question. Who's there? And even if women become leaders, do they bring in feministic ideas with them, or maybe they broadcast a misogynic discourse? Thank you, Elena. And let's talk about those founding meetings in Germany. The 4 women and only one was advocating for complete, full equality to be mentioned in the fundamental law. So 4, and only one of the 4 supported. It's important to mention, and we mentioned this today. Now, speaking about the impact of pandemic, OSCE had a research, ran a research about the impact of the pandemic on women's rights, on inequality. And they realized that the impact is not proportional. Among other things, when many women had shelter at work, that was removed. And during pandemic, the cases of domestic violence increased. That was just one of the reasons. Then there is this change in normalcy and the stress and other syndromes. So in any case, the largest burden rested on women. And this issue of normalcy, we have to figure it out in post-pandemic times. We are running out of time, and I need to summarize today's discussion. The question of gender constitutionalism is very important. And by and large, it's a part of dignitary constitutionalism, which was introduced after World War II, when they developed this triangle of constitutionalism, equality, dignity, and freedom. But today, in those countries, even in Germany, which is an advanced country in all these issues, they still have a lot of unsolved issues. And sometimes we see these impressions, and I'm trying to refer to the lecture of Mr. Wolf, so they are trying to build certain utopia, and which sometimes translates into anti-utopia. So there's an attempt to create a just society. That is a driver for the democratic society, so change through law, democracy through law, and so on. That's the slogan which is used by the Council of Europe when they established the Venice Commission. And the Constitution plays an important role in this. And the role of the constitutional courts is quite important. Our civilization is built upon a dialogue, not just with the ancient, but also a dialogue of texts, the text of the Constitution, which is referenced by the Constitutional Court. Then there is the legislature, and we have a dialogue in place in the format of a source, which is a Christian tradition, and it is deeply rooted in our legal tradition. And we do not imagine right without the discourse, as they say in France. And the constitutional courts can become drivers of change. And they also can be detrimental for change. And the biggest responsibility rests on the judges, constitutional judges. So I wish our constitutional judges will carry this burden with dignity and become drivers for positive change. Now I want to thank you for discussion, dear colleagues, and I'm giving floor to Elena to say a few final remarks.
I would like to thank the moderator and our colleagues, speakers of the panel. You can stay on the podium. I won't take too much of your time. I would like to thank OSCE PCU for their support of women's voices and of women's visibility. I would like to thank the Constitutional Court of Ukraine and Ms. Yurovska, who has stayed during the entire event. We understand that your schedule is very busy, but you are here and you participate very actively in this dialogue. I would also like to thank the Constitutional Court in general for supporting these changes. I would like to thank the German embassy to Ukraine for contributing to this event. And you could see that most of the speakers today were representatives of the Association of Women Lawyers of Ukraine, JurFem, the association that does a lot to rare understanding of female constitutionalism, or shall I say organic constitutionalism. We are growing together with the seeds that you sow. And it is extremely important that the movement from below, from the grassroots, meets the movement from the top. And I would like to thank all of those who made this event possible, those who supported us, our technicians, our interpreters, who helped us to build the bridges with our foreign colleagues from the USA, from Italy, and we could understand one another smoothly. Thank you very much again to all of you. And now I invite you to the exhibition, art exhibition by Daria Chrysanthova called Mirrors. Thank you very much and rejoice in this exhibition.